It is another hot night in downtown Cincinnati, and a crowd rolling into Great American Ballpark as the defending world champion San Francisco Giants come to town to kick off a big three-game weekend series. And hi again, everybody. Alongside Chris Welsh, I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Reds baseball. Well, here come the Giants. They're 17 games over 500. They're right where they thought they would be when you look at a world championship team from a year ago. But one distinct difference, Chris, between this team and the Reds, the ability to win the one-run game.
Well, they're in so many low-scoring ball games. They've got a great pitching staff. Their offense isn't all that good, but look where they are in one-run games. They are first in all of Major League Baseball, and the Reds, quite frankly, are last. So the Reds won these games last year. Now, the professional people who watch baseball will say it's a matter of luck whether you win a one-run game or you lose a one-run game. I was talking to Peter McGowan earlier tonight, the president and the owner of the San Francisco Giants. He said, you know what? We're winning games we really shouldn't be winning. It's one of those lucky years for us. They had a lucky year last year. They're doing it again this year. Maybe the Reds will be able to sneak a few by these world champions before they get out of town.
And we'll see if the Reds can then take that on the road with them. Trying to get on that roll we've been talking about for a while. Dontrell getting the ball tonight and going up against the newest Giant. He was just here all week, Carlos Beltran.
Or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
All the youngsters fired up about being at the ballpark tonight, and why not? We're set for the Reds and the Giants. What about weather the rest of the night? Here's Michelle Boudoulet.
Another hot and humid evening at the ballpark, but the difference tonight is that we're going to add the chance for a few showers and thunderstorms. 93 by first pitch, going to feel close to 100, down to 86 by the end of the game. Still a chance for a few showers and thunderstorms.
Well, Michelle, thank you very much. Well, look who's been here all week. He left for one day, and now he's back in a different uniform.
Well, he is, and he really brings something extra to this Giant ball club. He's right there in the number 3 spot in the order. You see what he has with 66 runs batted in. The team leader right now in the Giants, Aubrey Huff, at 47. So automatically they bring a run producer to the lineup. But it's not only that for Beltran. They like his approach, his calm demeanor, his leadership ability, and I think that this is one of the moves that the Giants really wanted to make to try to make their middle of the order a championship again, and you never know. He just might be the guy that would help them. Dontrell Willis in the way of that, though. Last 3 outings for Willis, well, tough luck outings. He's pitched well enough to win each one of these ball games against Atlanta, Pittsburgh, and Milwaukee, but he's picked up a couple of no decisions and a loss. We'll see if Dontrell can't get some run support tonight and shut down the world champions.
First pitch right around the bend. The Reds and the Giants. Game 1 from Cincinnati.
Is brought to you by State Farm. For auto, home, life, and banking, get to a better state. By your local Ford dealer. Ford, drive one. By the Regional Tourism Network. Book your trip at CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline Chili. Whenever you're feeling good and hungry, it's Skyline time.
A crowd rolling in. Of course, we have the big fireworks show after the game tonight. Let's take a look at the Giants starting lineup. Under manager Bruce Bochy, they have Aaron Rowan leading off in center field. The former Red Jeff Keppinger, they just acquired him, along with Carlos Beltran. Pablo Sandoval, Cody Ross, Aubrey Huff in the middle. Eli Whiteside, Mike Fontenot, the shortstop. Ryan Vogelsong on the mound against Reds' 29-year-old left-hander Dontrell Willis.
Well, Dontrell Willis 0-1 on the year, but he certainly pitched very good so far for the Reds in his 3 starts. Overall in his career, 71 wins, 64 losses, earned run average right around 4.1. Infielders beware and get on your balls of your feet because he throws a lot of ground balls. Nearly 79% of the outs, fly balls or ground balls, have been going ground balls when Willis is on the mound. Keeps the ball down. The infield works overtime.
Strike one on Aaron Rowan, and his game is underway. What have been your impressions watching Dontrell? It's one thing to say his numbers are good. Now, Chris, you've been watching pitchers for a long, long time. What are your thoughts?
Well, he's a different pitcher now than he was when he first came up in the major leagues with the Florida Marlins. There's no way that he doesn't throw as hard as he used to. But he's got a better breaking ball now. He relies a lot on that off-speed pitch. A cutter, a slider. He'll change speeds on the slider. The best pitch for Dontrell is when he drops that slider and he aims it for the back right foot of a right-handed hitter. That's a pitch that they'll roll over on, and if you're Miguel Cairo, you expect to be a busy man tonight.
Cairo had some rather scathing words about his team following the game yesterday. You see the career numbers for Rowan against Dontrell Willis. And that one is a fair ball, says the first base umpire, Vic Carapazza. And on his way to second base with a leadoff double is Aaron Rowan. Look what he found.
That was so odd because the first base umpire had to dive out of the way of it, or at least jump out of the way of it, and then turn himself around to show everybody in the ballpark that it indeed was fair. A high breaking ball that Rowan just kind of stays on, and he just gets a lot of fortune right there by keeping that ball fair.
So Rowan at second, and that'll bring up the one-time Red Jeff Keppinger. Of course, was dealt from Cincinnati to Houston. Now playing in his 8th game since coming over from the Astros to the Giants, replacing their very fine regular second baseman, Freddie Sanchez.
You know, his job is to hit the ball to the right side, and when Keppinger is right, getting the ball to the right side, he can do that falling out of bed in the morning. I mean, he just is such a good back control type of hitter. It's going to be tough for Willis to keep him from doing that today.
And look where Joey Votto is playing defensively.
I'm not so sure against Keppinger. I would give him this much room over here on this side. I mean, he waits back, slashes the ball very well. Maybe they see something in the scouting report that I don't recall. And it could be the fact that they've decided they're going to pitch Keppinger with sliders down and in, make it very difficult for him to hit the ball the other way.
Pitch walk to Keppinger. No, they're saying it hit him. They're going to send the runner Rowan back to second base. So that is a hit by pitch. And the Giants have the first 2 on to begin the first inning here tonight.
I'll tell you, Dontrell did not look good out of the set position right there. I'm not sure if he took enough stretch position throws or what the deal was, but he really didn't look comfortable throwing out of the stretch.
Now Carlos Beltran. We saw him the first couple of games in a series against the Mets. And there's a base hit into left field. They're going to wave around the runner, and here comes a throw to the plate, and he is safe for the plate. Ramon Hernandez showing the baseball to Jeff Nelson, claiming he made the tag before Rowan's foot made contact with the plate. The call is safe, and it's 1-0 Giants on the first RBI in a Giant uniform for Carlos Beltran.
Freddie Lewis made this a lot closer than I thought he would. The throw was right on the money, a nice one-hopper right there. And, you know, when you have a runner and the ball and the catcher all coming at the same time to home plate, awfully tough to tell when he gets his foot in as opposed to when he gets tagged. Well, that's a tough call by the home plate umpire, Jeff Nelson. Even on slow-mo, it's hard to tell. I think he got it right.
A 2-1, 1 in, nobody out, and now the batter is Pablo Sandoval. We did not see him when the Reds were out in San Francisco for a 4-game series. He was out with an injury, so he only playing in his 64th game of the year. Fly ball, right field. We'll see if Keppinger thinks about tagging. Catch made by Bruce. He's going to tag. Here comes a throw, and he's out at third.
Well, that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you put your best outfield arm in right field. Jeff Keppinger really ought to know better. He knows Jay Bruce about as well as anybody on that Giant team. And Bruce sets himself up right, throws a perfect strike to Miguel Cairo, and a dead duck at third. You know, that is a situation, though, if you're Keppinger, you're thinking, all right, I'm going to take a chance right here because where the throwing lane is, there's a real good chance that that ball might hit him in the back on the way him running to third base. You see it happen all the time. There's one out. He makes the second out of third. No problem. The inning is still alive. You wouldn't do that with with one out, make the third, with two outs to make the third out there. The second out being the fly ball.
Now Cody Ross, and he takes a fastball in the inside corner strike, and Dontrell gets ahead of Cody Ross at 0-2. It's the 8th outfield assist for Jay Bruce this year. And that's the second most in all the National League. Take a look at the Reds on defense presented by Ford. Lewis, Stubbs, and Bruce in the outfield. Cairo, Giannis on the left side. Phillips and Votto on the right. With a battery of Willis and Hernandez. If you're wondering who's the league leader in outfield assists, Hunter Pence of the Astros has one more than Jay Bruce. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Cody Ross. Dontrell Willis, a 2003 National League Rookie of the Year, a 2-time All-Star. And there's a swing and a miss, which will retire the side. So the Giants score a run could have been a lot worse, and the Reds are coming up. Lakers starting lineup tonight. Bruce Stubbs, followed by Fred Lewis and Joey Votto. Votto's homered in back-to-back games. Brandon Phillips, Jay Bruce, Miguel Cairo in the middle. Ramon Hernandez, Paul Giannis, and Dontrell Willis, the latter third, against the National League All-Star, and really an amazing story. Was out of Major League Baseball for nearly 4 years is Ryan Vogelsong.
Well, he's run his record to 8-1, and not only that, he is 5-0 since his last loss. That was when he was beaten by the Florida Marlins back on May the 26th. Over the last 10 starts, earned run average down around 2.3. What you're going to see out of Vogelsong is a guy with very good control, very aggressive in the strike zone. He comes right after you with a fastball and a power curveball. A little bit of a cutter, occasional changeup, but mostly fastball, curveball.
Well, what about our home plate umpire tonight, Jeff Nelson? What do we know about him, Chris?
Well, Jeff Nelson qualifies as pretty much a pitcher's umpire. 63.40 is the number on Nelson.
Stubbs laces one into left field. That'll fall in front of Ross for a base hit. So Stubbs, he of 26 stolen bases, is aboard to begin the Cincinnati first inning. We look at the Giants on defense, presented by Ford. Ross, Rowan, Beltran. Along the infield, Sandoval and Huff on the corners, Kevinger and Fontenot up the middle, and a battery of Vogelsong and Eli Whiteside, who of course is taking over as their regular catcher after the early season injury to Buster Posey. Fred Lewis, originally a San Francisco Giant, drafted by that organization and reached the big leagues with the Giants. It's up and down over the course of a couple of years before moving on to Toronto at the start of last year. 3 home runs, 18 batted in. He carries a .255 batting average. One and two.
Well, if you're wondering about stolen bases off of Ryan Vogelsong, they have not really tried to run on him all that much this year. He's given up 3 stolen bases, 1 thrown out by catchers. But Eli Whiteside, the league has had their way. He has thrown out only 17.5% of the runners that have attempted to steal. So you just may see Stubbs in motion sometime soon.
Right away, in fact, and that one dropped down the left field line. It's going to go into the corner. And able to cut it off just before it got down into that corner was Ross. So Stubbs on to third, a double by Freddie Lewis, and here come the Redlegs.
Boy, Freddie Pray a little protective with 2 strikes on him, just trying to make contact, stay behind the ball, stay inside of it a little bit. And he just kind of hits a little dying quail right inside the line. Look at the spin on that ball as it nearly bounces out of play.
Well, he can't draw it up any better than this. Runners at second and third, and here comes Joey Votto and nobody out. Votto has homered in 3 consecutive games for the second time in his major league career. He did it back in early September of 2008. He's knocked in 5 runs in the last 3 games. Two-and-0 to Votto, runners at second and third, and nobody out. And it's outside ball 3. Pretty clear that they're not going to give Votto, at least early in this count, much to hit.
Well, it's all about damage control right now. And here you've got the reigning MVP at the plate. Left-handed hitter, hitting the ball very well. And Vogelsong just simply doesn't want to make a mistake and put his ball club down 3-1. So they're going to take their chances. That's an intentional walk. They're going to take their chances now with Brandon Phillips.
There comes Brandon at 284, 10 home runs and 57 runs batted in. Phillips in the game yesterday, 2 out of 5. Has 6 hits in his last 4 games. Had 2 doubles yesterday. Good breaking ball. Strike one.
Yeah, that's a pitch of choice in a real clutch situation for Vogelsong. He throws that curveball about 20% of the time, but that rate will skyrocket with runners on base, especially against right-handed hitters. He actually got away with a hanger right there. Give a little pep talk from his catcher, Eli Whiteside. You know, he's a ground ball pitcher. He throws about 58% ground balls, and he's thrown up there 12 ground ball double plays. So that is what they're concentrating on right now. Get the ball down, whether it's his fastball, cutter, or curveball. Get it down and see if he can't get Brandon Phillips to ground it out. Problem for them is Brandon is a very good low ball hitter.
2 balls and a strike. Out of play. 2-2 now to Phillips. Very good numbers for Phillips in his career. Of course, a little bit misleading only because Vogelsong is a very different man on the mound now than the one the Reds saw for a number of years, pitching really in mop-up situations, especially with Pittsburgh. It's amazing a guy can turn things around, Chris, the way Vogelsong has. It's a remarkable story.
It really is a great story. He originally was with the Giants, you know, way back in the day. In fact, Dave Righetti, who's the major league pitching coach for the Giants, was a rover in the organization as a minor league pitching coach, roving around from side to time. And he had about 80 different pitchers to put a report in on. And he did put down on Ryan Vogelsong that he has potential to pitch in the major leagues. Unfortunately for Ryan, he ended up being injured. He had a lot of different types of injuries that set him back. He found his trail to the major leagues, go from San Francisco, got picked up by Pittsburgh, using the bullpen, had a couple of cups of coffee over the few years, ended up playing over in Asia. And when he's just about to hang it up over the winter, he said, you know, I'll give one more shot. He gave a call to one of the scouts that he knew from the San Francisco Giants, and they said, all right, we'll bring you on in.
Fly ball straight away center field. Rowan giving chase. He'll track it down. And the run scores, and quite honestly, it's hard to believe that Fred Lewis is not standing at third. Even if he's standing on his second base bag and that ball flies over Rowan's head, Lewis could have still scored.
Well, I think, Tom, what they teach is something that Freddie Lewis did and what he's been taught to do. And that is, if a ball is certainly going to be caught, you go back and tag up. If there's some question in your mind as to whether that outfielder is going to catch up to the ball or not, that's when you go halfway, because you want to guarantee that you score on that. And I think if you ask Mark Berry, even though he's still standing at second base, Freddie Lewis probably did the right thing because he wasn't sure whether that ball was going to be caught or not.
Well, you and I talked about that one day back in Milwaukee a few weeks ago.
And I know there are people.
Even if the ball goes over his head, I like the idea of Fred Lewis still standing at third.
Yeah.
Even if he doesn't score, he's still standing at third with nobody out in the inning, instead of at second base with a double play in order and one out in an inning. But that's what they teach. That's what they teach. 2-0 to Jay Bruce.
And I don't think it's the type of teaching or a theory that is particular to the Reds.
Mm-hmm.
I think they teach that throughout baseball. But if you're a coach or if you're a youngster at home, the prevailing thought is that if you know that ball is going to be caught, go back and tag up. If you're not sure, you want to score, so that's when you go halfway.
2-1 to Jay Bruce.
Boy, an opportunity right here for Jay Bruce to break this baby wide open. Stay back, put a nice level swing on it. Sounds like Bruce Bochy doesn't want to watch.
Three balls and a strike to Jay Bruce. Runners at first and second with only one out in the inning. And there's a swing and a miss on a pitch way outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Bruce.
That's a real good pitch by Ryan Vogelsong. A 3-1 changeup. You got the hitter looking for fastball. He sells it like a fastball, and he throws a changeup that looks like it might be a strike and then just fades away. Would you throw on 3-1? Do you throw on 3-2?
A base hit into right field. They're going to wave around Lewis. He will score, and Jay Bruce with an RBI single, and the Reds have a 2-1 lead.
Well, Ryan Vogelsong did indeed go right back to the same well and grab for a changeup. You can see the grip in his glove right there, but this time he elevates it. Well, what a difference between that 3-1 pitch and the 3-2 pitch. He has to throw a strike right there, and ripped by Jay Bruce right by the first baseman, the diving Aubrey Huff. Nice work by the Reds here in the first.
So now Miguel Cairo at 283 at his 5th home run of the year yesterday. That was a pinch hit 3-run home run, you may remember, which really got the Reds right back in the game. A game they wound up dropping by a single run, 10-9. But a good start here tonight, 2 in the first, and looking for more with only 1 out and 2 on. Strike 1. Vogelsong really piling up the pitches here in the opening inning. The next pitch will be his 27th. And there's still only 1 out in the inning. Wow. Can't hit it much harder than that. And just tough luck from Miguel Cairo right at Pablo Sandoval.
Boy, got a breaking ball up, and this is why they call it the hot corner. Sandoval right there, and if he's able to really collect himself and come up throwing, he looks at second first. He's thinking about throwing to first. Jay Bruce had a big lead over there, but not big enough evidently to be able to get caught off first base.
There's been so much talk about the Giants' interest in the man who steps to the plate now, Ramon Hernandez. And there's been talk about that for quite a while, ever since the Giants lost their outstanding young catcher Buster Posey with a broken ankle. And here we are, less than 48 hours away from the trade deadline, and Hernandez still sporting Cincinnati red.
Asked Walt Jocketty down outside the Reds clubhouse this afternoon when I saw him out there. I said, Walt, make any deals today? He said, not yet. Which would lead me to believe that the day is still young.
Well, among the many things you can say about Walt Jocketty and the job that he does as a general manager, and it's been a decorated career, no two ways about that, maybe more than anything else, the people that he has around him, there are no leaks. This isn't the government. This isn't some big business secret that's getting out. The trusted few that he has around him day in and day out here in Cincinnati. You never hear about it from a reliable source that the Reds are going to do X, Y, or Z.
Not inside this organization anyway. If we ever hear anything, it's from another scout who is privy to a conference call for his own team that may have been discussing something that the Reds are talking about. And that's really the way it is. Now, we've had general managers here in the past who would throw things out there just to get people chasing in the wrong direction. Walt doesn't play that game, and I'm glad he doesn't.
1-2 on Ramon Hernandez. 2 on, 2 in, 2 out. And a foul tip in and out of the middle Whiteside, and we'll do it again. Giants with a run in the top of the first. The Reds have answered with a pair in the bottom of the inning. And this inning not over quite yet. 1-2 on Ramon Hernandez. Joey Votto leads at second. Jay Bruce the same over at first base. Popped up shallow center, and this will do it. But a good start for the Redlegs. They lead 2-1. Serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Some of the deals you've heard about so far, and these are just 3 of them. The Cubbies trading away Kosuke Fukudome, so we will not see him obviously next week. You know all about the Cardinals. They've been wheeling and dealing. And the Reds, of course, trading Johnny Gomes to the Nationals for a couple of minor leaguers. And there will be plenty more to talk about, or at least one would suspect, all around baseball over the next, 36 hours? 4 o'clock Eastern time on Sunday, the official trade deadline. You can still make deals afterwards. They just become a lot more complicated to make. So 2-1 Reds. Giants bat here in the top of the second inning. Aubrey Huff looks at ball 1 low. It'll be followed by Eli Whiteside and Mike Fontenot. Good breaking ball to even the count. Told you earlier, until Carlos Beltran showed up last night in Philadelphia wearing a Giant uniform, Huff's 47 runs batted in led this Giants team. And that really gives you an idea about how extraordinarily good this San Francisco Giants pitching staff is. If you were to go up to someone and say, hey, the team leader closing in on the 1st of August for any team in baseball is going to have 47 runs batted in, and you were to ask somebody, well, how do you think that team's doing this year? To be 17 over would be quite a surprise. Out looking is Huff, 1 away.
Dontrelle Willis trying to get a little momentum. Big D train throwing a little cut fastball right there, right on the black, and he gets Aubrey Huff. That may not have been a cutter, may have been a regular fastball that actually came back and hit that corner. You run that baby off a few thousand times.
Eli Whiteside at 226, 3 home runs, 12 runs batted in. Dontrell, a Bay Area native, grew up across the bay from San Francisco over in Oakland. We've told his story many times about his mother, a steel worker, who worked on the Oakland Bay Bridge, the Golden Gate Bridge. Boy, she found a way in a very tough neighborhood to work a lot of hours and make sure her son stayed on the straight and narrow. 2-1 the count on Eli Whiteside. Three balls and 2 strikes on Whiteside. Off the end of the bat, playable for Brandon Phillips. They nearly tripped one another, Phillips and Votto.
Well, the rank of order in the infield is that shortstop catches whatever he wants. Next comes the second baseman, then next to third and first baseman. So the first baseman, even though Joey Votto can certainly capable of catching a pop-up, gets called off by that one. As long as there's no miscommunication and it drops in, it really doesn't matter who catches it.
Former Cub Mike Fontenot with 2 down and nobody on. Batting just .213, 2 home runs and 12 runs batted in. That has been a dark hole for the Giants offensively this year at shortstop position. They had Miguel Tejada, you may remember, when we saw them in San Francisco, although that weekend Tejada was knocking the ball all over the ballpark. 2-2. Well, get ready for Reds action 30 minutes before every game with the Emmy Award-winning Reds Live on Fox Sports Ohio. It's presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing, and we'll be on the air with you every game for quite a while. Tomorrow night, Sunday afternoon, the entire road trip through Houston and Chicago, then back here on the home front. Colorado and San Diego coming to town. Told you the Giants at 61 up, 44 down. They're coming off a big series win that ended very late last night. The team didn't get in till right around 3 o'clock in the morning. They beat Philadelphia 2 out of 3. And I guess some of those who are with the Giants were a little miffed by some of the comments made by Philadelphia manager Charlie Manuel after the game last night, saying, yeah, their pitchers are good, but I mean, they're nothing great. You know, comments along those lines. And when you're talking about a Philadelphia team that, quite frankly, got worn out by the Giants not only over the last 3 days, but last year during the National League Championship Series. Brandon Phillips down on one knee, and a 1-2-3 second for Dontrell Willis. Reds lead 2-1. Hall of Fame baseball writer Hal McCoy will share a story about Ralph Kiner. And then check out our new show, Boys in the Hall, featuring Ralph Kiner, Sunday after the Reds and the Giants. FoxSportsOhio.com is presented by 1-800-SAFE-AUTO and SafeAuto.com. Reds 2, Giants 1. Cincinnati bats in the bottom of the second inning against Ryan Vogelsong. Paul Giannis, Dontrell Willis, and then Drew Stubbs coming up. Paul at 232 without a home run and 19 batted in. Had those 3 hits in 1 game. Like to send out a big happy birthday, our statistician in his first full year this year, and we're pleased to have him, Joel Luckham. His little girl Emily celebrating her first birthday today. How about that? 1 year ago today, the Luckhams welcomed Emily into the world. So, young Emily, happy birthday. Probably sound asleep by now, but you can take it to the bank. Before the night's over, she'll be up. Drilled with that pitch on a 2-2 count, and he'll slowly make his way to first base.
Just trying to come inside. He just flies open a little bit too soon, and once he does that, that ball's really going to tail into a right-hander. Nearly got him right on the number. Good look at that. Courtesy of our Exmo, brought to you by Performance Honda.
Dontrell asked a bunt. Boy, this guy's a weapon in your lineup, and he has proved it already. 3 hits in his first 7 at bats. We'll see if he's still up there to bunt. I mean, that's baseball by the book. This guy's a different cat entirely with that bat in hand. No sign of a bunt there. 1 ball and 1 strike. Dontrell taking a long look down, as is Paul Giannis at third base coach Mark Berry. Pulls the bat away. They appealed. Did he offer at it? No, says Bill Welke. 2-1 on Dontrell Willis. And it's dropped into right center field. A base hit, and on to third goes Giannis.
Well, the classic count came around. 2 balls and 1 strike. That is the most favorite count by every major league manager to put a hit and run on. I'm not so sure you got a guy in Major League Baseball as a pitcher who's a better hit and run guy than Dontrell Willis. He just goes down to get that pitch, lofts it over the head of the second baseman Keppinger. First to third goes Giannis. And for the second inning in a row, the Reds are cooking.
Drew Stubbs started the 2-run first inning with a single to left and scored the first Reds run. That was on a sac fly from Brandon Phillips. They're on the corners with nobody out. 0-1 to Drew. To the right side. They're going to get one, and that's going to be all. Scoring is Giannis, gives Stubbs a run batted in, and the Reds lead 3-1. Fred Lewis doubled down the left field line in the first inning and scored. Told you earlier, Stubbs 26 of 32 in stolen base attempts. Saw Vogelsong, you may remember, in that 4-game series. A real nail-biter and another very tough loss that night for the Reds. They had plenty of chances against Vogelsong. They managed 8 hits, 3 walks, but only 2 runs in just 6 innings of work. So they had 11 base runners against him. He threw 115 pitches in those 6 frames.
Well, he's on his pace to throw more pitches than that if he lasts 6 innings. This pitch coming up is pitch number 45, and here he is in the second inning with only 1 out. He's getting to look a little beat up.
Lewis didn't think much of that call at all. He felt that pitch was low.
I'm Ryan Vogelsong, and I know that Jeff Nelson's going to call that pitch down there. Vogelsong, who's already a pretty good ground ball pitcher, I am living at the bottom of the strike zone.
Runner goes, a pitch out, and Stubbs is out. And now Dusty Baker, for the second time tonight, will come trotting out of the dugout to disagree with an umpire. This time of Marty Foster.
Well, Marty Foster simply has to say, well, Dusty, I know you think he was probably safe, but I'm a lot closer to the play than you were. We're going to give you a shot right now to put you right on top of it. Let's see if he got the call right or not. How about our Performance X mode? What do you think, Tom Brenneman?
He looked in there to me.
He looked in there to me, too.
Broken bat roller by Huff. That really stings now after you get the base hit.
Well, the interesting thing about the throw out by Whiteside getting Drew Stubbs right here. Here's the tag by Fontenot at the very end. You have to tell where his foot actually hits the bag and then where the tag is made. No tag, no tag. Now's the tag. Of course, now's the foot. Well, that is awfully close.
It is close. And, of course, we have the benefit of looking at it from that performance onto Exmo, whereas the second base umpire does not. Looped in the right center. This will fall a hit. And Lewis slams on the brakes.
Well, Joey Votto, we know that he's pretty dialed in. The home runs that he's hit the last few nights, the way he hit the ball against the Mets in the series here. He was single-handedly carrying this offense for a while. Now they're just going to give Vogelsong a little bit of a breather out there. It's hot. He's visibly sweating, tiring out. He's close to 50 pitches already here in the second inning. And Dave Righetti's going to go out there, give him a breather, give him a little pep talk.
Brandon Phillips, he drove a ball to the warning track in straightaway center field. A nice catch made on that drive by Aaron Rowan. And this one in the air and a much easier time of it for who? The left fielder, the call on the catch, and the inning is over. Reds get another run at the end of 2, lead 3-1.
You have to, go out there and play better baseball. We got to hit the cutoff man. We got to cease from walking the leadoff hitter in the inning, which has led to, big downfall innings for us. And we just gotta tighten up our game. We tighten up our game, and then, things can happen. Positive things can happen.
That's our Geico Direct quote from the skipper, Dusty Baker. Reds trying to end a tough stretch here. They were swept, of course, 4 in a row by the New York Mets, but there's nothing you can do about that now. They've come out here tonight and through the front 2 against the defending world champions. The Reds own a 3-1 lead. Ryan Vogelsong, pretty good hitter as well. 8 hits and 33 at bats. That's a .242 average. Back to the mound, and Willis throws out Vogelsong. 1 away. Fouled away by Aaron Rowan. 1 ball and 1 strike. Into left field. Well, you take a look at the records of these two teams coming in and what they've done over the last 10 games. The Giants have been great since the All-Star break. I mean, they're having a heck of a year, period. In fact, they handed the Philadelphia Phillies 2 straight losses. It was the first time that Philadelphia club had back-to-back losses since a 4-game losing streak at the end of May, the first 4 days of June.
Well, not only did they beat the Phillies twice in a row, but they held the Phillies to 1 run in each of those ball games. Beat them 2-1 the first game. That was Matt Cain getting his 9th win, and then last night Tim Lincecum beat them 4-1. But it just goes to show you, in a short series, you just really never know. You know, you want to set your pitching right. A lot of people looked at that series.
It's a bullet by Keppinger, and this will be a 2-out double for the San Francisco second baseman.
As perhaps a preview of what would come at the end of the postseason in the National League if those two teams were to match up again. That guy can flat out hit. I don't care what you say about Jeff Keppinger. Ever since I first laid eyes on him, that guy's got a nice stroke and he can hit.
So now Beltran, who knocked in the only Giant run with a base hit into left field his first time up. And we mentioned his first RBI as a Giant. You may recall he came over to the ballpark on Wednesday to say goodbye to his teammates after they had taken batting practice. And our Farmers Insurance report card on Beltran. Closing in on 300 career home runs, already over 1,100 runs batted in. All those years in Kansas City before that mid-season deal where he was electrifying in the playoffs in a losing LCS against the Cardinals. Signed the big deal after that with the Mets, and now a Giant and a free agent again at the end of the year. Pretty good numbers in 22 games. And 2 to Beltran with a runner at second, and a breaking ball is down and in. Well, Beltran this year has done far, far more damage batting as a left-handed hitter than from the right side. And, of course, he'll have a chance to see right-handers the next 2 days. Reds will have Mike Leake tomorrow night, Johnny Cueto on Sunday. And the inning is over. So a hit, a man left, middle of the third. The Reds lead by a pair. Game tonight. Sandy Day of Westchester, Ohio, who currently owns a Toyota, will drive away in this beautiful new Tundra. You can register for your chance to win in an upcoming game by stopping by your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. Jay Bruce to lead things off here in the Reds' third inning. Reds have a 3-1 lead, and Jay, a big reason why. RBI single his first time up. On the ground to Huff, and Bruce retired to open things here in the third. Hey, tomorrow night, don't forget, pardon me, Chris, carry on.
Well, fans, I just wanted to remind you that if you're in the restaurant business, let JTM Food Group help you with great tasting products for your menu.
Yes, sir.
Inspired solutions and better results, JTM. Now, as you were saying, tomorrow night.
No, you got me thinking about a JTM burger. We had him out at Joe Nuxall's charity golf event. Our old buddy Terrence Gibson out there serving them up.
We're going to have the JTM chuck wagon out here before too long. Michael Pickett and the gang will
I've
come
heard
out
that
here.
since April.
Well, they'll be out here.
All right.
Just keep coming to the ballpark.
Okay.
We'll feed all the policemen, of course, all the public service officers, taking care of them. Maybe even get Joe Morgan to show up for that
Joe
night.
Morgan will show up. You got some food around, Joe Morgan will show up. You can mark that down. Hall of Famer been hanging out here during his homestand. It's always great to see him. Always so well dressed. His shoes are worth more than everything you and I have on combined.
You can book that.
He used to say that back in the days with Steve Fizziot. You know, there were rain delays at the old Riverfront Stadium, and that's when Joe was doing Reds TV. And they'd have to go down there and interview guys. And Joe, now you correct me if I'm wrong, we welcome in the Hall of Famer Joe Morgan. And I mean, Joe, there's no way Roy Alpers was going to send you down there with those shoes you were wearing.
Trying to send me down in the rain, man. I got alligator shoes on. Yeah, I saved all my life to get those.
2-1 the count. You know, we were talking about about Dontrell Willis as Miguel Cairo grounds to short. And you'll be able to shed a little light on this. I mean, you know all about Oakland, California.
Correct.
You know, his mother working on bridges all over the area as a steel worker. What kind of neighborhood was he growing up in, Joe, to get where he is today?
Well, you got to give his mom a lot of credit. She was the one that instilled the hard work, and he's such a nice guy. You've had a chance to meet him. He's one of the great guys I've ever met in this game. And it's so funny because I sponsored a Young America baseball program. So I was getting ready to do a game in Miami. So I go over and I want to introduce myself because I hadn't met him before. And he said, I know who you are. He said, I played for your team. And he was the first graduate to make it to the major leagues from the league that I sponsored. So
how about that?
We're
Wow.
great. And his mom, like I say, deserves all the credit.
All right, now, Joe, on this Reds team.
Yeah.
Right now, obviously, things are tough right now. Wasn't a pretty series against the New York Mets, but the bottom line is nobody in your division is separating themselves from the pack. As a player right now, what are you thinking when you show up to the ballpark? Because there's a lot of talk about trades, and there's all kinds of stuff going on.
Well, I always say to the players, or when guys ask me a question about how do you get out of a slump, what's happening, I always say when things are going tough, that's when you have to play your hardest. You have to work harder. You have to concentrate like it's the playoffs on every pitch. It's very difficult to concentrate every pitch for the entire season. But in the playoffs, that's why the playoffs are different. You can concentrate for a 2-week period. So I've always told the guys, act like this is the playoffs. You have to play harder than you were a week ago. You have to play harder tomorrow than you are today until you get out of it.
1-2 to Hernandez, and there's a rocket into center field at base hit. All right, now
Can he
Miguel
hit or
Cairo.
not?
Yeah, he can. now, when a guy like Miguel Cairo,
right,
all of a sudden, he comes out, says we stink, blah, 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 says it after the game of the press yesterday afternoon. Good or bad for a team?
I didn't like it, but I'm not going to say it's good or bad. I just think there are times when, you have to band together, and that's one of those times. I think he's right that they had not played well the entire series against the Mets. But I think we all knew that. You know what I mean? I guess if you're a teammate, you already know you stink.
Well, isn't that one of the attitudes, though, a struggling team sometimes takes on, that it's us versus the world. We're going to come together, and it doesn't matter who. As long as they're not in our group right here, we're going to battle. And they have the Giants coming into town, and maybe that's the only attitude they can take, as despondent as they were after that 4-game sweep by the Mets.
Well, you have to think about it this way, too. The Giants are world champions. Everybody wants to beat the world champions, and maybe the Giants are just what we needed to get us back to where we were. We're going to play great against the Giants. That doesn't mean we're going to win all the games. We want to play better. I think that's the key. We did not play well against the Mets, and the problem I had is because our defense did not play well. And I've always said we would win the division because we had a better defense than Milwaukee, a better defense than St. Louis, especially the infield defense. And we just did not play well defensively.
0-2 on Paul Giannis, and a breaking ball away.
What about the style of play that this Giants team plays? I mean, they really are all about pitching and defense. I mean, they score very few runs. They win an awful lot of tight games.
Well, that's true. I mean, more one-run games than anyone else in baseball. I don't necessarily think they have a good defense, but they have good pitching. Their pitching makes their defense look better than it is.
There's a roller back to the mound, and that'll end the inning. Joe, always great seeing you, my man.
My pleasure. Thanks, guys.
A Hall of Famer stopping by with those stylish shoes he's sporting. He'll make his way down the owner's box or something.
America's restaurants, schools, retailers, and our military around the world. JTM Food Group. By your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. For a dealer near you, visit buyatoyota.com. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO.
Hey, Reds fans, you know about the 100 days of summer sweepstakes? 100 days of great prizes. Text SUMMER to 37664 right now, and you're entered for everything the rest of the way. Message and data rates to apply. Reds 3, Giants 1. We're set to begin the top of the 4th inning here at Great American Ballpark. Dontrell Willis allowed a run, a couple of hits in the 1st inning. Really bad luck. The very first batter of the game, Aaron Rowan, hit a roller straight up the right field line that stayed fair, and he wound up scoring in the inning. But a 1-2-3 second for Willis, allowed a 2-out hit in the 3rd, and now a single to Sandoval to open the 4th. The guy can hit.
Well, he can hit. He's got a nice level swing. He stays back on the ball and just takes it right back through the box. He's got a rather long stride by comparison to a lot of major leaguers nowadays. A lot of guys just pick their foot up and put it right back down in the same spot. He really gets his momentum going towards the pitch. Really pushes off with that back leg.
Here's Cody Ross, and a breaking ball misses in. Ball 1 to Ross, who struck out swinging, ending the Giant 1st inning. Pops that one up into foul territory. Cairo runs out of room, about 5 rows out of play.
Even though that ball went foul, boy, did he get away with the pitch right there. Cody Ross is a guy that just loves to hit the high pitch. Doesn't matter whether it's a fastball or a breaking ball. He's 5'10", and that's generous as far as his height goes, but he packs a punch. And most guys that are shorter in stature are better high ball hitters than those tall guys. You better keep the ball down against him.
Of course, Ross, one of the postseason heroes last year for the Giants, having a chance to play on the big stage. And you know, some guys are lucky, like Joe Morgan, who was just here, to play in the playoffs seemingly year after year after year in a major league career. Some guys, they take a lot of knocks and they get kicked down and get back up again. That's certainly true for Ross. And when he got that chance last year for the Giants, he made the most of it. Of course, the Giants had never won the World Series since moving to San Francisco until last year. So for guys like Ross, Renteria, members of their pitching staff, they will live in Giants lore forever. Double play ball here. Giannis Phillips turns it over. Bad throw on a good hard slide by Sandoval. And Brandon kicking the dirt out there. All right, Chris, how about our AT&T trivia question tonight?
All right, who did the Giants trade to Montreal on April the 27th back in 1977 for a former Reds coach, Tim Foley? The Giants had him. They traded to him, Montreal, back in 1977, former Reds coach Tim Foley.
Boy, that's a good question.
How about we give you a hint?
Why not?
I mean, in case you're not a huge Montreal fan.
And let's face it, 77 for a lot of the folks watching our game tonight, that's going back a ways.
He's in the ballpark tonight.
Is he in a uniform tonight?
He is indeed in a uniform tonight. All right. That's as far as we can go.
Good enough. Two balls and a strike on Aubrey Huff. He struck out looking, leading off the San Francisco 2nd inning. Dontrellis fan 3, hit about it. A allowed 1 run on 4 hits, making his 4th start as a Cincinnati Red after putting together just an outstanding year at AAA Louisville. And as the season went on, Dontrell got better and better, especially from a command standpoint. Well, it's a great story about Joe Morgan and Joe sponsoring that youth league out in Oakland, California, and Dontrell, the first guy that played in that league to reach a major league.
I'd never heard that story.
Nice piece of hitting there by Huff. He hooks that one into right.
Yeah, he's just trying to stay alive right there. He struck out on a fastball his last time up, and that was a pretty good looking pitch by Willis. Hernandez down and away. That ball down and out of the strike zone. Huff just kind of goes down there and slaps it into right.
So the Giants knocking on the door. They have Eli Whiteside digging in. Runners at first and second base. 1 out in the inning. And the Reds up 3-1. Strike 1.
The production in the Giants order, at least from a standpoint of batting average, really drops off after you get past Pablo Sandoval. Cody Ross, 252 hitter. Aubrey Huff under 240. Eli Whiteside down around 2 1/4. Mike Fontenot, 213. If you really bear down at the bottom part of this Giants order, you ought to be able to get through that inning. Dontrell Willis is way ahead of Whiteside, 0-2.
Straight away center field, backing up Drew Stubbs, but he'll get there in plenty of time. Tagging and advancing on to third base is Ross. Staying at first is Huff. 2 out. So now Fondo, who grounded out sharply right at Brandon Phillips to end the second inning, he'll bat for the second time. Cardinals and the Cubbies opening a 3-game weekend series. That's always a very festive atmosphere, whether they're playing at Busch Stadium like they are tonight, or when those two longtime rivals convene at Wrigley Field. They're just underway with the Cubs batting in the first. Milwaukee at home, starting a series against the Astros, and the Pirates are getting shellacked. Charlie Morton against Roy Halladay, and not much of a fight there. 8-0 Phils at the end of 3. Tapper again to Phillips, and this will do it. So we go to the bottom of the 4th, where the Reds still lead 3-1. The Giants stick around after the game for a free post-game faith concert featuring Grammy award-winning band Mercy Me, presented by Prasco. For tickets to the game on Sunday, heck, for any game the remainder of the year, call 513-381-REDS or log on to reds.com. Good crowd on hand tonight as the sun has started to slip away. The temperatures certainly feel a lot more comfortable. It may not be a big difference, but minus the sunshine, it's a very nice night. Big fireworks show after the game tonight.
Yeah, nice crowd tonight. The Reds have had great crowds on this homestand. Looking forward, of course, when they come back and host the Colorado Rockies and the San Diego Padres to have equally as nice crowds then.
Dontrell, first pitch swinging to begin the bottom of the fourth inning, and that's a ground out, one away.
Vogelsong has gotten a lot better after the first couple of innings when the Reds really had him on the ropes. He had run his pitch count nearly to 50 pitches. But he was very efficient last inning, and now he's only got 66.
Well, we told you very early on, Vogelsong enters his game tonight having allowed 3 earned runs or less in each of his last 14 starts. That's amazing. The last Giants pitcher to accomplish that feat was Tim Lincecum. Back from the middle of really August of 07 through June of 2008. 14 starts in a row, 3 earned runs or less.
I mean, just think how if you look at the Giants as a team, and here you got your 5th starter, comes out of nowhere first of all, signs a minor league deal, and he comes on, he makes the ball club, and he makes the all-star team as a 5th starter.
Stubbs a pop-up, handled by Keppinger, and there are 2 outs in the 4th. I mean, that's when you know when you're going good.
You're right about that.
You come off a World Series year and all of a sudden stuff like that just starts to happen. All the 1-run wins, 28-13 their record in 1-run games, the best in all of Major League Baseball from a percentage standpoint. Here's Freddie Lewis.
And even just tonight gives you a little bit of a glimpse as to how Ryan Vogelsong, who struggled mightily in the first couple of innings, didn't have his rhythm. And then you give him a chance to find himself, and he's now throwing the ball where he wants to, getting ahead of the hitters, mixing in his breaking pitches.
And he'll have his first 1-2-3 inning of the night. A 5-pitch inning for Vogelsong. And a 4, 3-1 Reds. Papa's in Your House contest. You could win a prize pack. The grand prize winner wins a pizza party. Papa's in Your House contest presented by Papa John's. What a rare night off for Matt Sigafus, part of our television crew, travels with us the entire year.
There's Matt.
And his son Jack.
Jack having a good time tonight. I'm not so sure, but I think the guy sitting right in the row in front of them, down to the right a couple of seats, that might be Larry the Cable Guy, huh? Is that him?
That's him.
Get her done, Larry.
I met that guy one time. What a character he is. Can't remember his name, but what a really good down-to-earth guy and a big baseball fan. Of course, there he is.
You knew he had to be a Reds fan.
Oh, for sure.
Just goes to show you, you never know who you're going to meet when you come down to Great American Ball.
How about that? Well, you got a good eye. Vogelsong takes a strike on a 3-1 pitch.
He didn't like that pitch.
Not at all.
But you know what? As a pitcher, you can't really complain too much about that because he got some low calls on his behalf already tonight. And our Fox Tracks, brought to you by Champion Windows, shows that to be a strike.
Lined into right, and Bruce is in. And Vogelsong can hit. We told you that before the game. Well, Chris, how about tying a ribbon around our AT&T trivia question? You gave us some hints.
The question was, who the Giants trade to Montreal, the Expos, on, well, back in 1977. It was a former Reds coach, Tim Foley, and he's in uniform here tonight. The bench coach of the Reds, Chris Spire. There's Spire. Oh, the old turf of the Big O. Lighting up Larry Christensen right there. Guys looked skinny back then, didn't they?
They do. Of course, Spire is in remarkable shape now.
Oh, he works out like a fiend.
No doubt. Was an outstanding defender during his day, one of the best in the league.
Smart player, too.
Yep.
He has aspirations to be a manager.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt about it, and quite frankly, I'm surprised that he hasn't been given that chance. You know, he was part of Bob Brenly's staff out there that won the World Series in Arizona and stepped away from the game for a little while. Came back alongside Dusty Baker and has been with him going back to their days in Chicago. Aren't you surprised he hadn't been given a chance?
Well, I can't say I'm not surprised, but I think that, you know, what you see more or less nowadays is that you almost have to get a managerial job first to get your name into the hat or be in the organization that needs a new manager. Because there are so many guys who have fallen into Chris Spire's category. Good baseball guys, bench coaches, know the game, who just get overlooked simply because they get overlooked. I mean, there's only so many people that you can run in for an interview.
You know, Ron Wotus is another guy that I've felt the same way about. He's over in the Giants dugout tonight. He's been the bench coach. Been in a Giant uniform forever.
Yeah.
Still a young guy. And there's a tapper down to third. Cairo will handle it. Perfect throw, 2 out.
I thought early on the way the Reds put some runs on the board, this was going to be one of those games where we'd see a lot of runs scored, but it has now settled down in a nice pitching duel. Dontrell Willis really getting that breaking ball over. He doesn't throw many changeups, but he's thrown some very effective ones tonight, especially to some right-handers like Carlos Beltran, who follows Keppinger if he happens to get on.
Kepinger's been hit by a pitch and doubled down the left field line his last time up. To Keppinger. Reds with a 3-1 lead. Giants bat with 2 outs and nobody on here in the top of the 5th. off the end of the bat a bit. Easy out there for Lewis, and the inning comes to an end. Willis, 5 innings of 5-hit, 1-run baseball. Great value this season. Check concession stands throughout the ballpark for the Kroger meal deal, which includes a full-size adult hot dog, a bag of chips, a 16-ounce Coke, and during this homestand, Golden Graham treat bars, all for just $7. That is a great deal. Come for the Reds, stay for more fun. Visit Cleopatra, the exhibition at Cincinnati Museum Center, and make it a getaway weekend at CincinnatiUSA.com. Joey Votto to start things in the 5th. Reds 3, Giants 1. Votto's been intentionally walked and singled to right center. No, behind the bag, 1 out. Well, we showed you the Giants record a little bit earlier at 61-44. That is good enough for a 4-game lead over second place Arizona in the National League West. And really, that is the only team, unless the Rockies put together a Rockies sort of August and September. Of course, that one they had 3 years ago. Never is a team finished like that. Well, they went 25 out of 26, something ridiculous to get into the playoffs. Right now, Colorado in 3rd in that division, 7 games under 500, 12 back. So it's the Giants and the Diamondbacks probably down the stretch. Well, the Giants wrap up this series. They go back home and play Arizona in a 3-game set. That'll be on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. And they have a total of 9 more games left against the Diamondbacks.
also have 8 more games left against the San Diego Padres, a team that for some reason or another has given the Giants a hard time over the last couple of years. Now, right after the All-Star break, the Giants and the Padres hooked up, and the Giants did take 3 out of 4 at San Diego.
Now, conversely, the Giants have owned Arizona. They've already played them 9 times, and they've won 7 of the 9. Of course, this is the first year in, since 2007, where the Diamondbacks are again a contending franchise. Two and two to Brandon Phillips. Struck him out. First of the game for Ryan Vogelsong.
Just a nicely placed fastball. Vogelsong is not overpowering. He relies on command of his fastball. Looked like maybe he tipped that a little bit, Brandon did, but Eli Whiteside able to hang on to it. What would look like might be a very short night for Ryan Vogelsong. He's turned things around and gotten control of this ball game.
Now Jay Bruce, an RBI single to right and a ground ball to the first baseman. 1 of 2 in the game, and there's strike 1. 3 runs, 7 hits for the Reds. All 3 runs, 6 of the 7 hits came in the first 2 innings. One and two. One and two to Bruce with 2 down and nobody on. And Vogelsong rocks and fires, and just off the outside corner. Second time that Bruce has bounced out to Huff, and that'll end the inning. 1, 2, 3 for Vogelsong. We go to the 6th. Reds 3, Giants 1. Home a kid soft-sided lunchbox thanks to Chick-fil-A. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com. That's a great thing, Chris, about the soft-sided lunchbox. You can get a lot more in there. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a piece of luggage.
And you can also bring it back to the ballpark here. It's small enough that if you want to use it before school begins, pack it full of some food or drinks and bring it onto the ballpark. It fits with the requirements required to get it in here at Great American Ballpark.
Well, you're always thinking.
Yeah.
Always.
I may even bring a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for you one of these days.
Count me in. I'll still eat them all day, every day. You like them?
Oh, are you kidding?
Really?
If you ever come on a road trip, maybe I'll take you out and we'll have a challenge.
Nah, don't worry about it. Fill me in on the home front. Although you and I will be together in Chicago.
Yes.
Coming up this time next week. The Reds will be at Wrigley on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's always fun.
I will alert the local authorities that you'll be back in town. Do you have any old parking tickets you need to take care of before you get there?
I don't know, but don't tell anybody. I'm not sure. There's a 4-pitch or a 5-pitch walk to Beltran to open up the Giants' 6th inning.
Now that's just a little mental pause by Dontrelle Willis. I mean, he's cruising right along. He's been throwing strikes. He did walk a batter, hit Jeff Keppinger back in the first inning, but ever since that, his control has been pretty good. You walk that leadoff batter, man, you are really inviting some trouble, especially since you're still in the middle of this order. Sandoval and Ross. Got to keep the ball down to this guy.
Sandoval is flied out to right and singled into center field. And he singled again. Beltran a hard turn there at second base. And the Giants have the first 2 on, down by 2 here in inning number 6.
Not a bad pitch at all by Dontrelle Willis, down and in. Sandoval just puts a nice little swing on it and takes what he gets.
All right, now Cody Ross. He has struck out and bounced into a fielder's choice.
You know, one thing I've noticed about Dontrelle Willis is that when he throws out of the full windup, he's a little better at keeping the ball down in the zone. When he goes to the stretch, he doesn't quite get as much and as big a balance point because he doesn't lift his leg as high. And he doesn't quite finish his pitches just like he does out of the full windup. Last 2 pitches, misses up. And here's a guy, as I said before, Cody Ross. He likes that pitch up around the letters.
Well, after that miss high in the strike zone again, Brian Price springs from the dugout. His first visit to the mound tonight.
You know, not a lot of pitches for Dontrelle, but still, you get into the middle part of this ball game. He's thrown 5 innings. Here he is in the 6th inning. Walks the leadoff hitter. Goes 2-0 now with a couple of runners on base. Might not be a bad idea to, if you're Porky Lopez down in the bullpen, to tell those guys, hey guys, think about it now. You don't have to get up and start throwing, but just start thinking about possibly who would get up and get yourself mentally ready.
There you got to look at Porky immediately jumping on that horn that was ringing in the bullpen, and we'll see what he's up to. Already with the shin guards on, always at the ready.
Well, he's thrown 98 pitches now, or 92 pitches. And that's the most he's thrown in the major league so far this year for Dontrelle. A hot night.
And Jose Arredondo begins to get loose now in the bullpen. 3-1 the count on Ross. Big pitch coming up right here from Willis. And he's walked him, and they're loaded with nobody out. But now Willis going to walk down the back of the mound, go to the rosin bag. He has a left-handed batting Aubrey Huff coming up. Huff looked at strike 3 in the 2nd inning, and he pulled a pitch down and away from him for a base hit into right field his last time up. Pitches out of play. Nice play by a youngster down in the seats. Brought his glove with him tonight in heavy traffic. That young man right there in the an off red shirt, pink shirt. Nice. Strike two.
Aubrey Huff comes in here with a batting average less than 240, but look what he has done against left-handers. He really concentrates hard. A batting average over 300 against lefties and close to 200 against righties. I mean, that's really the opposite of what it should be. Go figure.
Willis ahead, 0-2.
Make him chase.
Beltran at third, started the inning with a walk. Went to second on a hit by Sandoval. Ross walked. And that's where we are. Nobody out, 1-2 on Aubrey Huff. Willis shaking off Hernandez a couple of times, and Huff says, hang on a minute. Straightaway center field. This will drive in a run. Scoring from third, Beltran, and that makes it a one-run game. 3-2 on a sac fly RBI by Aubrey Huff. Sandoval at second, Ross on at first, and here's Eli Whiteside. 0 for 2 is popped to Phillips and flied out to Stubbs in center. That had some bite to it.
Well, he's thrown really nothing but breaking balls to Eli Whiteside. Last time up, got him 0-2, and then threw him a curveball. He flew it out easy to center field.
Hooked into left field, and Lewis will track it down. So one more out to go. Bill Bray, meanwhile, has joined Arredondo in the Cincinnati bullpen. No action in the Giant pen, and the pitcher spot is due up next. Clearly the Giants are in that mindset. Their pitching has been so good. They're not afraid to leave a starter in late in the ball game and let their bullpen, when they go to their bullpen, shut you down and just peck away.
Look at the oddity right here again. Another left-handed hitter for the Giants who hits left-handers much better than they hit right-handers. I mean, they are really bucking the trend right here with Aubrey Huff and Fontenot. That shows me these kind of hitters like Fontenot or Huff are not home run hitters, but they're willing to slap the ball the other way.
On the ground of Brandon Phillips. That's 3 ground ball outs for Fontenot at the Red second baseman. Good work by Willis. Bases loaded, nobody out, and he only gives up a single run. Freeze can. The out call at second by Marty Foster on the stolen base attempt by Drew Stubbs back in the second inning. Now let's not forget that turned out to be a very big call in hindsight in this game, because the very next batter in the inning, Fred Lewis, had a base hit. If Stubbs is safe at second base with 2 outs in an inning, he's going to score on anything. So 3-2 our score. Reds in front as they bat in the bottom of the 6th. They've only had 1 hit over the last 3 innings after putting up 3 runs and 6 hits in the first 2 innings. And apparently that's all for Dontrell Willis. A handshake and a big hug from his pitching coach. A job very well done again tonight by Dontrell Willis. Tell you, he's been a nice find so far, Chris.
He really has. I mean, there's not a lot of downside. He didn't cost the Reds anything. He came to camp about a month early to work with Brian Price to kind of get familiar with Price, also to get himself in pitching shape. The guy has made a lot of money in this game, but he still has the dream. At 29 years old, you got to figure that maybe he's got some good baseball left in him, and he has shown it in his 4 starts with the Reds.
Well, meanwhile, the Reds are making it very easy for Vogelsong. He got through a 5-pitch inning 2 innings ago, barely over 10 in a 1-2-3 5th inning.
Yeah, I've seen
now
this
1 pitch 1 out in the 6th.
Tom, I have to tell you that I've seen this trend before, and I quite frankly, I just don't understand it. I mean, you know, you get a guy early in the ball game, he threw nearly 50 pitches in the first 2 innings, and now you're up there hacking at the first pitch. Dontrell Willis went up and made a first pitch out. I think that once you start making a guy work, you continue that, even if you fall behind 0-1. That's fine. But I mean, it was clearly not a night in which Vogelsong started out right, but when you start making easy outs, it makes it easier and easier for that pitcher to find his groove.
Vogelsong, after up over 50 pitches, as you mentioned, in those first 2 innings, he is at 85 pitches now here in the 6th inning. So he has breezed through the last 3 now and a third innings. Ramon Hernandez, the last Red to reach base. That was a 2-out single in the 3rd inning. 1-1 on Ramon. Reds now have Nick Massett getting loose in the bullpen, and apparently will take over a clean inning in the 7th. 2-1 to Hernandez. Here you have a Reds batter with a little bit of patience up there, and it's gone to 3 balls and a strike. Paul Yanish to follow. And then the Reds would bat, should they get that far in this inning, for Willis. Or maybe they'll let him hit a way he can hit. They used to do that, you may remember, when Micah Owings was hanging around here. And boy, speaking of Micah Owings, what a great turnaround he's had this year. Out in Arizona, saw where he gave him, 6 shutout innings in a start on Sunday afternoon. He is having a really good year for the Diamondbacks, and not a better guy that's ever put on a Red uniform than Micah Owings. Ball 4.
Sounded like it.
Well, Tom, with Paul Janisch at the plate, wanted to bring up the fact that I saw Zach Kozar in the Reds clubhouse before the game today, and he has now lost that brace that he's been wearing for the first week since that injury to his elbow, and he was able to resume some baseball activity today. So he is really pumped up about how fast that arm is getting better and better.
Boy, Janisch just missed it. Just missed it. 2 outs in the inning. So we wondered whether or not Dontrell Willis was going to bat, despite the fact that at least it looked like in the dugout that his night on the mound was over, and sure enough, he's going to hit. Runner at first, 2 men out. Willis was not going to throw Willis a first pitch fastball. Willis singled to right center field in the 2nd inning and grounded out to Huff in the 4th. Jam shot roller to Keppinger, and that will retire the side. So, will we see Nick Massett in the 7th? It's a 1-run ball game.
By AT&T. Cincinnati Children's ranks 3rd in the nation on U.S. News and World Report's Honor Roll for Best Children's Hospitals 2011. And by your Cincinnati Northern Kentucky Honda dealers. Visit mycincinnatihondadealer.com for current offers.
Reds and the Giants tomorrow right here at Great American Ballpark. Don't forget, the first 20,000 fans receive a Scott Rowland mesh jersey, courtesy of Scott's. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com. All right, here we go. Top of the 7th inning. Good ball game tonight. Reds 3, Giants 2, and taking over on the mound is right-hander Nick Massett.
Nick Massett, 52 games for Massett. He had his earned run average way up at the beginning of the year, starting to trend way down. Gave up a couple of base runners his last game. That was against the Mets. Did not give up a 1 run in that outing. But he needs to come up here and just start throwing some strikes.
Nate Shearholtz will be the pinch hitter for Vogelsong, so make it 15 consecutive starts for Vogelsong, where he has allowed 3 runs, 3 earned runs or less. 15 starts in a row.
And that is after giving up 3 in the first 2 innings. It did not look good for him. Boy, did he ever come back and really straighten it out.
Well, Vogelsong goes 6 innings, allows 7 hits to the 3 runs. He struck out only 1 batter, walked 2 unintentionally, and hit a batter. Dontrell Willis, meanwhile, 6 innings, 6 hits, 2 runs. Walked 2, and both of them came in the 6th inning when he allowed a run. He also hit a batter and struck out 3. Two and 1 to Shearholtz. .95-mile-per-hour fastball down in the zone, and it's fouled away off to the third base side. Breaking ball just missed. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Now on Shearholtz in a 1-run game leading off the 7th inning. And Massett trying to put him away. And a roll baseline foul. Down the left field line, Lewis with room in fair territory, and the first batter retired here in the Giants' 7th. Well, Bill Bray continues to throw down in the bullpen. And a very safe bet that Bray is getting ready for one guy and one guy only, and that would be to force Beltran due up 4th in this inning to bat right-handed. Of course, the Reds, well, Beltran will be left in that on-deck circle before all is said and done.
Nick Massett having a hard time getting that breaking ball down in the zone. Looks like when he throws it, he doesn't follow through and bend his back, kind of standing straight up after the delivery.
Brienne won the count on Aaron Rowan. And Massett ran a fastball in on his knuckles and shattered the bat. 3-2 to Rowan. This one playable for Giannis. Good pick by Votto. Mercy, mercy, mercy. 2 away in the inning.
Boy, Votto saves a lot of errors over there with that ability to save ones that are in the dirt. And he saves Paul Giannis right here. And the Reds a base runner. Plenty of time for Giannis. He just kind of rushes his throw. But Votto, the key to that for Votto, look how low he is. He's getting down there so low with his body, it's almost like he's fielding a ground ball. You get your eyes down near the high level of the baseball, a lot easier to anticipate which way it's going to bounce. And he uses that big glove to snatch it right up.
All right, one more out to go for Massett here in the 7th inning. But not an easy out in Jeff Keppinger. Served into right field, and this is going to go to the wall. Second hit tonight, both of them doubles for Keppinger. And that's probably going to be all for Massett. And Dusty Baker going to double check with Brian Price, and here he comes, and he'll bring on Bill Bray. This will be our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. Waiting for Dusty to officially give the signal that he wants the left-hander, and now he does. So, Bill Bray to turn around Beltran, make him bat right-handed. The tying run at second. We're in the 7th inning. To bat from his weaker side.
Oh, you see why Dusty Baker's going to do it. I mean, it's a no-brainer if you're going to play it by the book. Beltran, better left-handed, more runs batted in. Of course, far more at-bats left-handed than right-handed.
But it does tell you that number right there, based on the number of at-bats, that there is some pop in that right-handed swing. Big batter in the game. Beltran has knocked in a run with a single. He struck out, drawn a walk, scored a run. And this is precisely why the Giants went out and made the deal to acquire Carlos Beltran for at-bats just like this. Not only in July, August, and September, but October.
Bill Bray's been in this situation many times. Batters are hitting less than 180. Runners in scoring position. You'd like to lower that in this at bat.
Well, he's got ahead now, 1-2.
Trying to sneak a fastball right on the inside corner right there, and he barely misses. I think that pitch caught Carlos Beltran completely by surprise, looking for another breaking ball. Don't overthrow it now.
Sandoval waiting on deck. 3-2 to Beltran. Struck him out, and that'll end the inning. What a job by Bray. Reds still maintain this one-run lead. The 31826 or visit Reds.com for more details. All right, Masson and Bray make it through without allowing a run, the top of the 7th inning. So the Reds bat in the bottom of the inning with the top of the order coming up. And the Giants bring in, look at the numbers on this guy, Santiago Casilla.
Well, they're good numbers. I mean, he's got a 185 earned run average, but look at this right here. He's got 18 strikeouts and 13 walks. That means he walks a batter every other inning. So you may not want to go up there hacking at the first pitch when this guy is a little bit on the wild side. Is prone to occasional wildness.
Well, this gives you an idea about how good a Giant bullpen is. The fact that they're bringing in a guy with an ERA in the 1s when they're behind in the game. If they're ahead right now, we probably see Sergio Romo. They have the left-handers down there, Affeldt and Lopez. You know about their closer, Brian Wilson. I mean, the Reds bullpen ERA is very good. It's in the top 5 in the National League. But his Giant bullpen, they have allowed 2 earned runs in 38 innings to begin the second half of the season. This month, the second lowest bullpen ERA in the majors. Last month, they had the #1 bullpen ERA in the major league.
Perfect example right there. You have a 1-0 count. He throws you a slider off the plate, and you're up there hacking. He hasn't pitched for a week. Casilla hasn't. And the last time he did pitch, he walked 2 batters in an inning. So those are the kind of things that you need to know in your scouting report. Who's this guy? Will he throw me strikes? What is he likely to try to get me out with? What is his out pitch?
And maybe you might want to make him throw you a strike before you're swinging at a strike. There's a tapper and an easy play for Sandoval. 1 away.
Well, they really play Sandoval in close. I mean, they're taking the bunt away from Drew Stubbs. I know Drew doesn't bunt very much, but the Giants are one of those teams that they'll bring in Sandoval very close at third base just to try to dissuade anybody from laying a bunt down.
Freddie Lewis. Reds 3, Giants 2. We're in the last of the 7th inning. Each team with 7 hits. Tardy on a fastball is Lewis, strike 1. Fred 2 out of 3, a double, a run scored, a single, and a pop-up. Zoom ball there from Casilla.
That'll loosen you up a little bit.
Two balls, 2 strikes on Lewis, and Casilla to the plate. And it's fouled off.
Boy, good job by Lewis there to stay alive. That ball had some serious downward spin.
Three-hit night tonight for Fred Lewis. Yeah, when he's gotten a chance to play recently, he has played pretty well.
He's pretty much as built, Tom. He's a real good offensive player. Not a lot of power for a guy that has a very strong body. I mean, this guy has got strong arms, big hands, but he puts the bat on the ball. Runs pretty well. Gives you a nice athletic outfield when he's in the outfield on defense.
Now Joey Votto the batter, and he takes a fastball off the outside corner. Votto's been intentionally walked, singled, and popped up. Only 1 stolen base attempt with Casilla on the mound this year, a successful one. Now Lewis is only 1 out of 5 in stolen base attempts this year. Has a very short lead over there. 2-0.
A couple of years ago, when Casilla was a member of the Oakland A's, they used to run rampant on him. In fact, in all of his years with the Oakland A's, from 2004 to 2009, some of them pretty much cups of coffee. They only threw out one runner. And they had about 14 or 15 successful stolen bases.
Reno. Green light, and it's hit into left field, and it backs up to the warning track. Shearholtz. And that's out number 2. So now Brandon Phillips with Lewis on at first, 2 outs. Reds 3, Giants 2. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Tom, while we have a moment, I want to congratulate Craig Warman. Craig and Betty Warman. You know Craig is the director of client services here with the Reds. Yep. They were just informed earlier that their daughter Kelly and her husband Josh are going to bring them their first grandbaby. Wow. And that grandbaby will be a girl. So congratulations to Craig and Betty on that.
Well, thoughts and prayers. Happy, healthy delivery. Slow roller by the mound, and Fontenot will throw out Phillips, and off we go to the 8th inning. They hit a man left. Reds 3, Giants 2. .1951, the shot heard around the world off the bat of Bobby Thompson. When the Giants, of course, were still playing in New York. A couple of changes made by the Reds defensively. Well, actually, only one change. Chris Heisey will stay in the game, taking over for Fred Lewis. So a very, very good defensive outfield here for the Reds. The best they can put on the field with Heisey, Stubbs, and Bruce.
Might be the best that you'll find in the National League.
Well, Bill Bray staying in the game to face Sandoval. Cody Ross, another right-handed batter. And then the left-handed batting Aubrey Huff. Despite the fact that Huff is better against left-handers than he is against right-handers.
Usually we only see Bill Bray for a one-inning appearance. Sometimes it's one batter.
Sandoval hits the left-handers better than he does the right-handers. That is a rocket into center field, and Stubbs will flag down, one away. Of course, right-handers are only hitting barely over 200 against Bray.
And you know, you don't always make these decisions as a manager just based on what the numbers are. I mean, if that's the case, then anybody can manage just by managing out of the book. Yeah, you evaluate what the guy's throwing, how it seems like he's throwing. Of course, Dusty Baker and Brian Price are a lot closer to the action as far as, you know, seeing the snap of the pitch, hearing the ball, watching him, watching his facial expressions and so on than we are. But really the way that they have used Bill Bray so far this year, he's a loogie, which is a left-hander, only one guy, pitcher. It's a complimentary term, I think.
Cody Ross has far better numbers against left-handers than he does the right-handers. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza. Order online at papajohns.com today.
You also have to consider that the bullpen, I think that Arredondo has been in the ball game the last few nights. Sam LeCure pitched 3 games in the series against the Mets.
Chapman's been very busy.
Yeah. Drusik pitched the last 2 games, an inning each. So it could be that, you know, Dusty's really has no choice except to run Bray out there for more than what he's normally used to because the other guys are beat.
And again, it bears repeating. I mean, you just pointed out about, you know, sometimes you got to do what you got to do, but it's not like right-handers are teeing off on Bill Bray this year. A .204 batting average against Bray. Two and two the count on Cody Ross. From a fastball up in the zone. Three-two pitch coming to Ross. Well, now the left-handed batting Huff, who against a left-handed pitcher, Dontrell Willis, went 1 of 2. He struck out looking, single to right, and knocked in a run with a sac fly to center field in the 6th. Pulled a string on him there. Tough looking fastball, didn't get it. Check swing, and that is a fair ball. They're going to throw down second. What a play made by Giannis. And it doesn't get any better than that by Giannis. Big play, clutch play.
You're right about that. Well, Paul Giannis was saved of an error by Joey Votto just an inning or so ago. And here he returns the favor, but to the catcher, Ramon Hernandez. A nice pick while he stretches out to make that play. Our Expo look at Paul Giannis picking it and getting a key out at second. That slide but the slide at the very end there by Cody Ross. I mean, he was going to make sure that Giannis was not going to try to complete that double play. Going for a Schindberger.
Strike 1 now on Eli Whiteside, who's 0 for 3 in the game. Reds 3, Giants 2. We're in the 8th. And Bray now ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. And 2 on Whiteside. And now Bray trying to put away the Giants in the 8th. Runner at first is Huff. And there is a rocket into left center field. It'll go to the wall. Huff on his way to third. They're going to wave him around, and he will score on a double by Eli Whiteside on an 0-2 pitch.
Boy, you cannot be any more disappointed than Dusty Baker's got to be in that dugout right there. Feeling so good, trying to sneak a fastball on the outside corner, and the ball cuts right over the middle of the plate. You got to tell yourself, if you're a pitcher in this situation, I'm in control right here. And there's a spot that I'm going to go after, but if I miss a spot, here's where I'm going to miss it. And it's certainly not down the heart of the plate. That is a tough break for the Reds right there. Eli Whiteside, a .225 batter, drives in to run to tie this ball game up.
Now the batter, Mike Fontenot. Told you Fontenot has been a lot better against the lefties. We brought that up earlier that he has the right-handers, an oddity we've seen in Huff and Fontenot. And again, you just look at this inning, a clean inning for Bill Bray. Walks a batter with 1 out in the inning. That was his first mistake. And then an 0-2 pitch right down the can to Eli Whiteside. And all of a sudden, we have a new ball game. It's 3-3. And that'll retire the side. We're tied at 3. Dog play of the game. The Jay Bruce throw going all the way back to the very first inning to cut down Jeff Keppinger, trying to tag up second and third. But the Giants tied up in the top of this 8th inning. And we understand a blockbuster deal has just been made. How about this? The old adage about the rich get richer. Are you kidding me? Of all the teams in Major League Baseball to get Hunter Pence, the Philadelphia Phillies, as being reported on MLB.com, for a couple of young players, and I believe a couple of players to be named later. That's all right now speculation.
Well, the two players that have been named, I mean, at least reported by MLB.com, both of those players are in A ball right now for the Philadelphia Phillies. And of course, the Phillies last year lost Jason Worth to free agency, went down to Washington. They replaced him here for the stretch run with a real fine right-handed bat in Hunter Pence, and a guy that is a high-energy player. Sergio Romo, a real tough right-hander, will come in and pitch the 8th inning against Jay Bruce.
Well, it's very clear while the Phillies have this group of starting pitchers, and let's face it, Halladay, even though he's still going strong, and Oswalt, who's been injured this year. They are going for the gusto right now, especially with their position players getting a little long in the tooth. Guys like Utley have been around, injured in recent seasons. Jimmy Rollins, Raul Ibanez. I mean, that is a team that is going to try and win it all. Two and one on Jay Bruce, leading off the Reds' 8th inning. 3 balls and a strike.
Look for a strike right here. Romo does not walk you. He makes you earn your way on.
Good old country hardball there. He said, here it is, go hit it.
Yeah, got him at 3-1. Jay Bruce had a couple of fastballs to try to turn on. It was late on both of them, even though they measured only at 90 miles an hour. Let's show you a little comparison here. Joey Votto on your left, and just watch the back elbow right here. When he puts his foot down, that elbow is about parallel to the ground. And then watch Jay Bruce when he puts his foot down, ready to hit. This is the ready hitting position. That elbow is cocked way up and pointed to the sky right here. That makes him loop his bat. He's got so much farther to get that bat head in. We'll take another look at it. And he's also got an angle of the bat going this way where Joey Votto is more straight up. And it makes you late on a fastball unless you start your swing just a little bit earlier. Now, Joey Votto is a tough comparison because he is a very rare great hitter. But that's just one of the things when you're 24 years old that you're trying to iron out. And I've talked to Brooke Jacoby at length about this, and, you know, he does it awfully fine at times. You kind of go in and out of it when you're a young player. You're still not grooved, but when you've got that back elbow so high that you just create such a longer loop to the hitting zone that you would when you get there very quickly. And you certainly hope that when you got a guy, a left-hander versus a right-hander, a 3-1 count, know that there's two fastballs coming, that you hate to see him get blown away on pitches down the middle.
1 and 2 to Miguel Cairo. Hitless in 3 at bats tonight. Ramon Hernandez next. Giants have come back from a 3-1 deficit. Reds held that lead at the end of 2. Giants got a run in the 6th. They tie it in the 8th. Two out.
Well, striking out against Sergio Romo is no embarrassment. I mean, this guy's strikeout to walk ratio is simply off the charts. Sneaky fastball, great slider. I mean, he came into this ball game 34 innings pitched and 49 strikeouts. That's the kind of ratio that you see out of the best high school pitcher in the city. Not a big leaguer that comes in. I mean, this guy is nails.
Two and 0 on Ramon Hernandez. 3 runs, 8 hits for the Giants. 3 runs, 8 hits for the Reds. But Cincinnati has had just 2 base hits since scoring 3 runs on 6 hits in the first 2 innings against Ryan Vogelsong. 2-0 breaking ball. 2 balls and a strike. Keppinger from his knees, and the inning is over. Romo 1-2-3-8. We move to the 9th in a 3-3 game. 0-2 pitch to tie it. A double by Eli Whiteside with 2 outs in the 8th. That tied the game at 3, and that's where we are as we go to the 9th inning. Win a VIP baseball experience presented by Captain Morgan. Go to reds.com/captain. New battery on for the Reds. Hernandez out, Hannigan in. And the Reds closer, who's not been busy, right-hander Francisco Cordero, takes over in a 3-3 game here in the 9th.
Well, when you get swept 4 in a row, chances are your closer has been sitting down there like the Maytag repairman.
Nate Shearholtz came on the bat for Vogelsong in the 7th inning and flied out to left field. That was against Nick Massett. Milwaukee winning, Cardinals winning, Pirates getting drilled in Philadelphia.
Mets look like they continue what they started here in Cincinnati, winning 4 straight here in the Queen City. They're up 8-5 over the Nationals in the 9th inning. Reds kick-started that offense, didn't they?
They got 4 runs in the 1st inning of that game tonight, the Mets.
Now, what you keep in mind here is if you're thinking about extra innings, yes, you got Francisco Cordero. He may be one of the more rested Reds relievers. But the Reds relievers, because the starters had such a tough time in that Mets series. I mean, they're on fumes down there. Meanwhile, the Giants relievers, with the exception of Brian Wilson, who's pitched an inning in each of the last ball games, picking up saves in each of them, they have a very well-rested bullpen. There's Wilson wearing a hoodie.
Good night for a hoodie.
Yeah.
There's a liner to the left, 1 out. Well, now Wilson will take that hoodie off and he'll make his way to the bullpen mound and start getting loose just in case the Giants are able to push a run across here in the top of the 9th inning. Andres Torres comes up to bat for the pitcher Romo. A perfect inning with a pair of strikeouts. Ramon Ramirez, the other right-hander, alongside Wilson, getting loose in the Giant bullpen should we remain tied. And 2 on Torres. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Jeff Keppinger due up next. Undoubtedly the biggest pitch of this at bat here, not wanting to go to 3-2. Break even pitch on the way. It struck him out.
a couple of fastballs away. That's an off-speed pitch. Looks like a changeup for Francisco Cordero. It takes a little bit off it and gets his man way out in front.
We're in the top of the 9th inning here at Great American Ballpark. Reds and the Giants in the opening game of this 3-game series tied at 3. Reds led at 3-1. The Giants come up with single runs in the 6th and the game tying run in the 8th. Reds got all 3 of their runs and 6 of their 8 hits in the first 2 frames against Ryan Vogelsong. Dontrell Willis certainly pitched well enough to get his first win as a Red, but we'll get a no decision. Keppinger a couple of hits, a pair of doubles, and has been hit by a pitch. But Cordero ahead, 0-2. A 1-2-3 9th inning for Cordero. So the bottom of the 9th coming up. Giannis, Hannigan, Stubbs. Home Depot doing more on defense. Play of the game. Beautiful pickup by Paul Giannis. That was his second out of that inning. In the 8th inning, and Huff, who had swung the bat, of course would score when the very next batter doubled to tie the game. Well, coming up after the game tonight, stick around. Fox Sports Ohio for Reds Live. It's brought to you by Kings Honda in the Kings Auto Mall. Visit KingsHondaUSA.com. Ramon Ramirez, not the former Red Ramon Ramirez. This is Ramon S. Ramirez, the old Red Ramon A. Ramirez. And you see, very, very good numbers. More than 2-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. League batting 200 against him. And Yonder Alonso to bat for Paul Giannis. Ball one away to the former #1 pick out of Miami. Just brought up to the big leagues a couple of days ago. 1 hit and 2 at bats. He had a double off the Reds bench, his first at bat in the big leagues this year. One and one to Yonder Alonso.
Well, that's taking a cut.
Took another big cut, fouled it away. 2-2 pitch. Lined into right field, a base hit. Boy, that's a good-looking stroke, man, by Alonso. I'd imagine they'll pinch run for him. Yep, they will.
Just trying to throw a low, sinking fastball, and Alonso's got great extension on this one. And just ropes a line drive into right field. That is a good-looking stroke. He's going to get a lot of fastballs, Alonso is, until they figure out what they're going to do next to try to get his balance a little bit off stride. But he has hit 2 bolts last few times he's been up.
Giants World Series most valuable player Edgar Renteria comes on to run for the Reds. Ryan Hanigan the batter. The runner is out. Hanigan put the ball down on a bunt and then ran into a fair ball. He's out, and they'll send Renteria back to first base. And you know, you ask the question.
Yeah, they tried to avoid it. I mean, it's one of those things, I think, where it just, you know, you're trying to get to first base, you're trying to at the same time jump over the ball. But it really doesn't matter whether you get the first base on a sacrifice bunt or not. You can stand in the batter's box as long as the bunt is down. Well, you're trying to get the guy to second.
You know, the thing I was starting to get to there was, you know, clearly the bunt is playing the percentages by the book. But I think everyone would agree that the best hit-and-run man the Reds have on this team is Ryan Hanigan.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Without a doubt. And so that certainly, or was certainly, an option. As the batter is now Stubbs. And certainly it's not picking on anybody. It's just, it is what it has been here of late for the Reds. You're giving up outs and looking for base hits from guys that have had a hard time lately getting hits. Stubbs trying to be the hero in the bottom of the 9th inning for the second time this week. The last time the Reds got a win was on a Stubbs home run in the bottom of the 9th inning on Sunday night against Atlanta. He's going to get the runner to second base, even without a successful bunt on the wild pitch thrown by Ramirez.
Well,
so Edgar Renteria is safe at second. He is safe and secure.
New York life.
But now you're leaning heavy on Drew Stubbs to knock in the winning run here in the bottom of the 9th inning. 2-2 to count on Stubbs. And there are 2 out in the inning. Heisey bats for the first time. Winning run at second base, and it's ball 1 high to Heisey. Tonight be one of those nights, more than likely, or at least you might have to ask Cordero to do it, that should this game go to extra innings, he's going to have to pitch more than 1 inning for you. Talked about all the use of Reds have had in their bullpen. You don't have to worry about it with a base hit right now. Heisey batting .246.
I'll tell you what, where the Giants outfield are playing, they're playing Chris Heisey very shallow. A well-struck fly ball has a chance to fall in. Not well struck enough.
And that'll retire the side, so we're off to extra innings where the Giants are 10-5. The Reds are 6-4. Edgar Renteria will stay in the game after running for Yonder Alonso. And that'll just be a straight up change. Nothing else going on. And as we suspected, the infrequently used Francisco Cordero, who needed 14 pitches to get through the 9th, will take the ball here in the top of the 10th of a 3-3 game. Ball 1 to Carlos Beltran. He'll be followed by Pablo Sandoval and Cody Ross.
Looks like Cordero's got a nice changeup tonight. That ought to help him in this at bat against Beltran.
Beltran able to bat from his stronger side, the right side, left side, for the first time all night. Be very careful here. Beltran looking to hit one in the seats, and a good located fastball on the outer edge. Phillips will throw out Beltran. That's a nice comeback inside the at-bat for Cordero behind 2-0, then 3-1. They got him on a weak grounder. And now Cordero will face a batter he has never retired. Pablo Sandoval. 5 for 5 in his career. All 5 singles against Cordero. One on Pablo Sandoval. 1 out, nobody on. We're in the top of the 10th inning. And he's 6 for 6 with 6 singles against Cordero as Sandoval.
I mean, he picked this ball off the ground and got it on the barrel of the bat to send it right back through the box. That ball's knuckling on the way up through the box. That's how hard this thing is hit.
Now we get a look at Cody Ross against Cordero, and I think a lot of us remember a couple of times those home runs, game-winning home runs for Ross, then with the Florida Marlins against Cordero. And he was looking to hammer another one on the first pitch, instead straight up, 2 out. So Coco trying to get through the top of the 10th inning. Reds have Votto, Phillips, and Jay Bruce coming up in the bottom of the 10th. And 1 on Aubrey Huff. A ball and a strike. Cardinals winning big. Brewers winning 4-0 in the 7th. Philly handed the Pirates a 10-3 loss. Roy Halladay going to 13-4 on the year. And here a 3-3 game. We're in the 10th inning. Votto off his glove, and it trickles into short right field.
High hopper right there, nearly reached by Votto. But now Brandon Phillips is in short or shallow right field. I don't know whether he's nursing a little bit of a leg pull of some kind. He went down on one knee to stretch himself. Maybe trying to stretch that calf out. He stopped and tried to turn directions immediately when that ball ricocheted off of the fingertips of Votto. get a cramp, you lose so much fluid that muscles cramp up pretty easy. Let's see what happened here to Brandon. Watch Brandon Phillips coming over and then stopping right there and trying to go the other way.
Well, here's Eli Whiteside. He's behind in the count 0-1. Whiteside tied the game with a 2-out, 2-strike double into left center field off Bill Gray back in the 8th inning. And now behind Cordero 0-2.
I'm going to predict we're not going to see an 0-2 hit here. Hit that one.
To count on Whiteside. Well, we had a pretty good pitch to hit right there. That had some giddy up on it. 95. One and two to count. Bounces up there, runner breaks for third, throw down there, and Sandoval got a great jump and easily takes third on the wild pitch.
Oh, you don't get the third base like that. I mean, Pablo Sandoval is a good base runner, but not a speedy base runner. Watch him out there. He is anticipating with that secondary lead, bouncing off as the ball goes through the plate. And if you don't anticipate that ball getting away from the catcher, you're not going to get to third base. If you wait out there, you'll be stuck at second. Now that go-ahead run 90 feet away.
2-2. Cordero delivers. Out of play. Whiteside not going to make it easy. He was behind in the count 0-2. Ball 3, and the runner takes second base. Three and two on Whiteside. Biggest pitch of the night coming up by Cordero. Lost him after being ahead 0-2, and it's ball 4. Well, you walk the 220-something batting Whiteside after being ahead 0-2, and now Cordero faces a third batter in the inning that has had remarkable success against him. Granted, in a limited number of at-bats, but success nonetheless. Talked about the number Sandoval, now 6 for 6. Cody Ross was 4 out of 8, now 4 out of 9. And now you get Fondo, 4 out of 5 in his career against Cordero. All 4 hits, singles. Strike one. Second batter in a row, down 0-2. Straight. Giants leave them loaded. Reds coming to bat. Bottom of the 10th. 3-3 game. Well, tomorrow, Fox Saturday Baseball goes to Busch Stadium in St. Louis. The Cubs and the Cardinals. Fox Saturday Baseball gets underway 4 Eastern, only on Fox. Reds coming to bat in the bottom half of the 10th inning in a 3-3 game. Brandon Crawford takes over at short for Fontenot, part of a double switch. Now on to pitch. Very good numbers again, although 20 walks in 39 2/3 innings is a lot of walks.
Yeah, he's another guy that'll put you on base.
Javier Lopez scheduled to face Votto, Phillips, and Bruce, lefty, righty, lefty in the Reds' 10th inning.
Well, interesting, he's been in 50 ball games, but he has not even pitched 40 innings. So he's really one of those situational left-handers that comes in for one guy, maybe two. In this case, he'll probably, as you think, Tom, will be in there for 3 batters, if he can make it that far.
Votto is homered in 3 straight games. He's 1 out of 3 tonight. Intentionally walked in the first, singled in the third, has since popped to short, and on a 3-0 count, flied out to the warning track and left in the 7th inning.
Now, this is the time of the game when you're protecting against a double. So down at first base, Aubrey Huff is just about straddling that first base line. If you're wondering how the Reds have done against Javier Lopez, both Jay Bruce and Joey Votto are combined 0 for 11 against this left-hander that the Giants obtained from Pittsburgh last year, mid-season. Brandon Phillips has only faced him once. And you can see why he can give left-handers fits. I mean, he drops that arm angle and he comes from down around Laredo. And a lot of guys who throw sidearm, really all they do is they bend at the waist. And that's what Lopez does. But not only that, he steps very much towards the first base dugout and gives you that side fire look.
Breaking ball away. Votto able to lay off of it somehow.
Yeah, that's the tough one to lay off of, because it looks like it's coming from somewhere around the second baseman. And it just got like a little frisbee effect where it just keeps breaking away from you and you're just so tempted to swing at it. I mean, the on-base percentage that left-handers have against Lopez this year, lowest in the league, yes. It is 106, which essentially means 1 out of every 10 left-handed hitters he faces gets on base. Well, that's the batting average. I thought that was the on-base percentage. Well, that's pretty good, too.
Yeah, real good. Well, it's gone the distance. All right, Chris, what do you think? Does he throw him a fastball or that sweeping breaking ball, 3-2?
He stays with the breaking ball. If he throws him a fastball, more than likely Votto will foul it off, like he does so many times, kind of waiting until the very last moment.
Did come with a breaking ball, and it's fouled off and out of play. All right, you throw it again, 3-2?
I'm sticking with it.
Ninth pitch in the at-bat. He walking. Threw him a fastball.
Yeah.
That's a great at-bat by Votto. Just a great at-bat. I mean, a guy that's been chewing up, spitting out left-handed batters like Lopez has this year. Votto is down on the count, 1-2. That is a great at-bat. Now Brandon Phillips. And Eli Whiteside says hang on a minute. Well, very lightly throwing in the Reds bullpen, and he'll crank it up depending on what transpires in this inning. Is Aroldis Chapman. Say he's just kind of playing toss down there. Phillips 0 for 3 with a sac fly RBI in the game. Huge hole on the right side of that infield for Phillips, with Huff holding Votto aboard at first. And obviously that is not a good move at all for Lopez.
No, but one thing you keep in mind here with Lopez, he is a ground ball machine. He has thrown 5 ground ball double plays as a reliever that has only thrown 39 innings. So that's one thing that you keep in mind if you're Dusty Baker, thinking, all right, what do I do here with Brandon Phillips? The way he pulled off that ball, he's asking to roll over on one. And sometimes a manager will say, all right, I'm going to give you one swing, see what happens, and I'm going to take over the at-bat and put a play on it. Could be a hit and run, might be a bunt. Could be letting him go ahead and swing away. I don't believe he's giving signs. I think that's a decoy.
Left center field base hit. Votto making a turn. He'll go to third. And the Reds in business here in the 10th.
Brandon Phillips coming through big time. Only the second time he had ever seen Javier Lopez. And after a real big and wild swing the pitch before, Brandon locks himself in, says, all right, I gave one swing for Brandon, now I'm going to give a good swing for the team. And he hits one over the shortstop's head into the gap. And now the Giants have no choice. They've got to bring their outfield way in right here. And Joey Votto has enough speed that he's going to score on any medium fly ball. You got to bring your outfield way in. You got to bring your infield in. This is when it gets real good hitting if you can put the ball in play.
Jay Bruce coming up. Well, there's no way with a lefty on lefty, and especially the way Lopez has handled left-handers outside of Votto, of course, in this inning. Bruce got off to a very good start this year against left-handed pitching and has really struggled of late. You know, sometimes you'll see a manager go ahead and walk the bases loaded and create the force out at any base. They're not thinking about that at all. Right here and right now.
Now they're thinking about a strikeout right here. There's no question about it. But Jay Bruce has really got to go up there with a plan right here. Change your hitting style. A lot of times he goes up there and he's trying to pop the ball out of the yard. Go up there, spread out your feet a little bit. Think short. They're hoping Joey Votto missed second base with the appeal play. Shorten your approach, stay back. And if the ball comes in and looks like it's going to hit you, just stand there.
All right, everybody in. Pitch to Bruce. Strike one. Reds a swing away from ending this losing streak. 1 ball and 1 strike. Bit of a hanger, it looked like there, right down the middle of the plate, and fouled it off.
Yeah, pulling off the ball a little bit caused his hands to lag. See where his hips are? His hips are wide open by the time he takes that. Watch where his hips are pointed. Whoa, way out there.
Votto, the winning run at third. Outfield in, infield in, nobody out. 2-2 on Jay Bruce. Into left field. This will not bring in the run. And there's 1 out in the inning. Sounded like he broke his bat.
You know what's kind of ironic is if the outfield is playing their normal depth, that ball, that little dying quail falls in there for a base hit and wins the game.
Guillermo Mota will come on to face Miguel Cairo. Reds have the winning run at third base, 1 out in the 10th. We're back in a minute. Question is, can the Reds get it? And if they're going to get it, they're going to have to get it off this hard-throwing right-hander. Been around a long time, Guillermo Mota.
Well, he has been around a long time, and he's got a lot of strikeouts. You see that, 42 strikeouts in 48 innings. And, of course, that's what the Giants are hoping for out of Mota, either that or a ground ball that might end a double play and extinguish the threat. Dusty Baker, might he be thinking about a suicide squeeze to win the game?
Well, they're going to intentionally walk the veteran Miguel Cairo, setting up a force at any base. We talked about this a moment ago before Bruce came to the plate, but they were going to go after him. But now with 1 out in the inning, they are going to put the pressure squarely on the shoulders of the rookie Todd Frazier. And what little we know about Todd Frazier, and we've gotten to know this young man the last couple of years out on the Reds caravan and during spring training. Whether or not he's going to be a great major league player one day or not, we don't know. Nobody has a crystal ball. But one thing we do know, Chris, this young man is not afraid of this challenge. Now can he just focus in on driving something deep enough into the outfield and send his team home a winner?
I'll tell you what he has shown me against the Mets in that series, and he had some at-bats when he started the day game. He's got great plate coverage, and if they pitch him away, he'll figure out a way to get that bat on the ball and drive it out in the right or right center field. Hopefully far enough to plate Joey Votto. I have not seen him challenged inside enough to know how quick his bat is.
Frazier lined out to deep right center field yesterday. He doubled down the right field line, scored a run, also walked, scored a run, and grounded to short. Frazier trying to win it for the Reds here in the 10th inning. Ball 1.
That's a break right there. He's never seen Mota. He hasn't seen the ball come out of his hand. He doesn't know how hard he throws. Mota throws ball 1 to him right there. Frazier gets a free look, and he's still in command of this at bat. It's a different story if you get 0-1.
Comes back with a breaking ball. It's 2-0.
So now we've seen his 2 pitches, his fastball and his go-to slider.
And you got to believe Mota. We've seen him through the years. I'd be stunned, Chris, if he throws anything but heat on 2-0 here. He throws heat right down the middle.
Man, look at the action on that fastball, though. He just got a low 3/4 arm angle. That ball looks like it's going to be outside. Look at it come back to catch the corner.
Two and one to Frazier. Well, he had a pitch to hit another fastball, and now it's gone from 2-0 to 2-2. And does the veteran Mota now come back? Breaking ball 2-2.
All right, shorten up, make contact.
Big deep breath by Frazier, who never leaves the box. Oh, another fastball on the outer edge, and it's fouled out of play. The Little League World Series hero for Toms River, New Jersey as a kid. A chance to win a major league game for his Cincinnati Reds with one crack of the bat here in the 10th. And it's in the air, short left center. Do you take the chance? Here comes Votto, and he is out. Bases loaded. One out. Double play ends the inning. Presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side.
Well, take another look at it. The fly ball off the bat of Todd Frazier. Nate Shearholtz out in left field. A two-hopper and a nice pick by Eli Whiteside. There was a shallow fly ball, but it was in left center field. Shearholtz had to go to his left. But Whiteside, the catcher, picks it, puts the tag on Votto, and we go to one more inning. Boy, it looked like the Reds just had a chance to win that. A couple of weak fly balls to left field. Unable to get Votto in, and we will go another extra inning, this time to the 11th, and it will be Aroldis Chapman. 32 games now for this hard-throwing left-hander. Chapman pitched in yesterday's ball game, an inning against the Mets, walked one and struck out one.
Shearholtz, who made that throw a moment ago to lead it off against Chapman, and there's strike one. Of course, Aroldis, when he walked a batter yesterday, that ended a string of 17 consecutive batters, which he had retired. Overall, he set down 19 of the last 20 and has not allowed a hit in his last 6 2/3 innings. Triple digits on that fastball, 0-2 on sheer holds. Chapman's been busy. Pitched 2 of the 4 games against the Mets. And here he is now for the 3rd time in the last 4 days. Brandon Crawford bats for the first time since coming into the game, and the first pitch fastball is up. Well, Javier Lopez living right. He got 1 out of the 3 batters which he faced. But Guillermo Mota came in and slammed the door. First having 1 out recorded by Lopez was a big one. Reds had runners on the corners and nobody out, and he got Jay Bruce to get a little soft fly ball in the left field for the first out. A lot of the folks came down to the ballpark looking for a good ball game that they've seen.
Well, you're not kidding.
And they have fireworks after the game. And here, strike 3 called, 101 miles per hour, knee high outside black.
Good night, Irene. Well, Fox Tracks didn't say it was a strike, but it smelled like one.
Keppinger has been on base 3 times tonight. A pair of doubles hit by a pitch his first time up. 2-0. On the ground to Cairo. Chapman. That guy's dealing. Man. Between innings, Chris, Aroldis Chapman right now on top of his game, brother.
Well, you're not kidding about that. Mixing in his breaking ball when he has to, simply blew away the Giants in this inning. He did get behind 2-0 to Jeff Keppinger, who put the ball in play as he normally would. But I mean, that's a routine ground ball to third base. So you got to figure Chapman is out there one more time. Hey, maybe the Reds will win it for him in this inning. Put a big W on that board.
So Renteria batting for the first time tonight. He came on as a pinch runner after Yonder Alonso had a pinch hit single to right in the ninth. Hannigan next, and then Drew Stubbs. Guillermo Mota painting the inside corner. Renteria disagreed with a call by home plate umpire Jeff Nelson. Chris Welsh told you through his scouting report, Nelson a little higher than average in terms of calling the strikes compared to the umpires around the league. That's what Chris gives you, a scouting report every night on the guys behind the plate.
Somewhere around 62 is average, and he's 63.4. Not much variation from umpire to umpire, but he has shown us tonight that he'll call that low pitch. And I, for one, I'm a big fan of that.
Two and two on Edgar Renteria. And a tapper by the mound. Crawford. Boy, Renteria nearly legged that out. Crawford played that extra bounce. It looked like he had a little bit of trouble, slightly a little bit of trouble getting that ball. A good grip on it. One and two to Ryan Hannigan. Hannigan was asked to put down a sacrifice. He put down the bunt, then ran into the ball out of the box, so he was called out. One and two on Ryan Hannigan. And awkward looking swing comes up empty. There are two away in the inning.
Yamamoto has a good enough fastball that you kind of have to cheat to get to it. Then when he throws you that off-speed pitch, he can make you look awfully bad by getting way out in front of it.
If there is ever a guy that's had 9 lives in the big leagues, this guy's a guy.
Now, when you throw as hard as Mota and you have his stuff, you may get 10, 11, 15 lives before it's all said and done. There's always somebody going to run you out there with that kind of arm.
High fly ball. Is it enough? At the wall, and the answer is negative. Doggone it. Three ball game, end of 11. Each team with 10 hits. Giants have left 11 men on base. Reds have stranded 10. And Aroldis Chapman for his 2nd inning of work. He had a 1-2-3 11th inning. Carlos Beltran to be followed by Pablo Sandoval and then Cody Ross here in the Giant 12. And it's swing and a miss. Strike 1 to Beltran. Beltran did not face Aroldis Chapman during the Mets series. He wasn't with the team yesterday, his first game as a Giant, and did not face Chapman his other appearance in the series. Milwaukee has shut out Houston 4-0. The Cardinals are leading the Cubbies 9-2. That game in the 9th inning in St. Louis. And the Phillies have beaten the Pirates by a final count of 10-3. Atlanta shuts out Florida 5-0. The Mets win again 8-5 tonight over the Nationals. And games out west, Colorado 3-2 in front in San Diego. Bottom of the 3rd, Arizona trailing the Dodgers 3-1. Bottom of the 3rd in LA. 2-2 to Beltran. Beltran 104 knocked in a run in the first inning. The first run scored by either team in this game with a single to left. He walked and scored in the sixth, the final inning tonight of Dontrell Willis, who pitched very well. Have no idea how Beltran got a bat on that ball. That's an 89-mile-an-hour slider.
You know, watch Ryan Hannigan back there when he puts a sign down, especially well, both fastball or slider. Watch how he sets up. I mean, you talk about concentration. The pressure is really on Hannigan, not the hitter. He puts that sign down, he gets up on the balls at his feet, and he's just all eyes back there. Made that one look easy.
One away, and here's Pablo Sandoval, who has 3 hits tonight. Nearly hit with a 100-mile-per-hour fastball.
You know, just the thought of getting hit by that fastball's got to hurt.
I remember Mark Grace telling me a story back in his days with the Cubs. I was there and saw it happen. He talks about the night he got drilled in the ribs by a Randy Johnson fastball, which was somewhere right around 100 miles an hour. Said indescribable the way he felt when it happened and the way he felt for about the next 4 days. He thought one rib had broken, the next had broken, the next had broken, the next. Fly ball, shallow center. Somebody's got to get to this, and Renteria will. 2 away in the inning. One more out to go here in the Giant 12th. You look ahead of the bottom of the inning, and the Reds have Heisey, Votto, and Phillips due up. Now here's a guy that can hit a high fastball.
Well, there are high fastballs, and then there's Chapman's high fastball.
Well put. You see Hannigan really coaching Chapman out there behind the plate, making sure they're on the same page about what he was going to throw. Told him settle down now. I mean, just keep an eye on some of the body language from Hannigan back there. He's really working Chapman hard out there on the mound to focus in, zero in on every single pitch.
You know what was interesting on that last pitch? That Chapman, he wanted a fastball in, did Hannigan. And Chapman shook him off, and Hannigan went to a fastball away. So that's how far Aroldis Chapman has progressed. I mean, he's going to different parts of the strike zone. There was a time when he couldn't throw it in the strike zone. Look out, folks.
That bat was caught by a fellow in the second row.
Wow.
And a part of it got him on the cheek, but he's all right. Thank God he's all right. He was protecting those girls sitting right there. Well done right there, young man.
Man, oh man.
I mean, he just saved those girls from getting hit. He stepped right in front of his wife, actually, to his right. 12th inning. It'll be Heisey, Votto, and Phillips against Guillermo Mota. Heisey 0 for 1, flied out his only time up. And here's ball one away. Mota came in, intentionally walked about it to load the bases with one out. He got Todd Frazier to lift the fly ball into short left center. Votto tried to score, tagging up, and was thrown out by Nate Shearholz. Heisey with a pop up to the right side. That's out number one. Joey Votto. One of three has walked twice in a game, including the leadoff walk in the 10th inning. He was thrown out trying to score the winning run. Pitch, and it's outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Of course, we get emails and texts and all kinds of things up here to the Nerve Center, the Fox Sports Ohio booth. We understand they're dialed in out at Lake Lorelei tonight. That's out in Brown County. Nice, very nice. 2-1 on Votto. To Votto. Try to come in on him again. 3 balls and a strike. Votto looking for something to lift off right here. Pull the string on him. That is a veteran pitcher out there on the mound, boy.
Boy, you're not kidding about that. 3-1 count. Not afraid of maybe walking Joey Votto. Better to walk him than give him a fastball down the middle. Throws a little off-speed pitch right there. Votto fooled just a little bit. Gets off the sweet part of the bat on it in the end. And Mota now has faced 5 and retired them all. I mean, 4 of them. 5 of them.
Got 5 outs.
Yeah.
Well, I beg your pardon, 7 outs. This is his second full inning of work.
He had the double play ball, the fly ball, and throw him out at home. We'll be all right.
Well, we'll see. 1-2 on Brandon Phillips. Jay Bruce hoping for a chance here in this bottom of the 12th inning next.
Reds gone in order. We move to the 13th inning here at Great American Ballpark in a 3-3 game. Jose Arredondo takes over on the mound, replacing Aroldis Chapman. And a high pop up in a shallow right field. And that's a first out here in the 13th inning. Aubrey Huff. Now you saw that fellow down there, and obviously he's doing all right. Ron Heithouse is his name. And if you weren't with us on a swing and a miss by Cody Rostan, the top of the 12th inning, the bat was flying straight towards, I'm assuming that's his wife. I could be wrong. But he went reaching over and made sure that bat wasn't going to hit her. He caught the bat, but part of it clearly got a piece of his cheek. Eli Whiteside, a fly ball into center field, and just like that, 2 out for Arredondo. You know, we talk about the Reds hitters sometimes and wondering about, you know, a scouting report when a reliever comes in. And here you'd have to ask the same question about these Giants. Arredondo is a guy who has struggled with command, and yet he walks in the door and on 3 pitches has 2 easy outs. How many times have we seen this, Tom, in an extra inning ball game where all of a sudden it seems like the offense disappears in the entire game on both sides for a period of time? Usually starts about the 11th or the 12th, and they just go to sleep. It did that in that game recently with the Atlanta Braves and the Pittsburgh Pirates that unfortunately was decided by a bad call at home. But there are a lot of zeros on the board. In fact, the Reds have not scored since the 2nd inning.
Well, now Brian Price going to come out and visit with Arredondo before he faces a pinch hitter. Highly touted young player. in the Giants organization. They are extremely excited about his future. Brandon Belt, who is coming on to pinch hit for Guillermo Mota, and what a job Mota did. I mean, you just can't do it any better. He had the kind of night that managers dream about relievers having, the kind of night that the relievers dream about having. Bases loaded, 1 out. You get a fly ball double play and then retire over the next 2 innings every batter you face. Off the mound into the glove of Renteria. And that will retire the side. Good work by Arredondo. Bottom of the 13th coming up. Right-hander Brian Wilson. Over the last couple of years, he has become among the very, very best in Major League Baseball. And of course, he has made quite the to-do about the beard, which he has grown, which he started last year right around the All-Star game. And obviously has not cut it since. And he has very much become a real cult hero, if you will, for lack of a better term, in San Francisco. So Jay Bruce to lead things off here in the bottom of the 13th inning of a 3-3 game. Ball one. Bruce to be followed by Cairo, and then the pitcher spot Arredondo. And Arredondo, or the pitcher, a pitcher, is going to have to bat. The Reds do not have any position players left on their bench. They've used Renteria, they've used Frazier, they've used Heisey, they've used Hannigan, and they've used Yonder Alonso. The Giants have one player left on their bench, your backup catcher Chris Stewart. So probably a very sad bet, but we'll see a starting pitcher getting at bat. Here's a leadoff walk from Brian Wilson. Well, obviously you're not going to bunt now. And I am amazed the Giants have Sandoval standing where he's standing. A pitcher is going to have to bat next. There is no way Cairo is bunting here. Unless I'm forgetting about a player, and I don't think I have.
I don't think you are either. I'm wondering the same thing about why Sandoval is there.
Of course, Cairo did try to bunt his way on for a base hit on the first pitch of an at bat back in, I believe it was the 8th inning. So maybe he's just making sure. Now you look at your pitchers and the way they swing the bat and guys that would be available tomorrow starting. Mike Leake would be the most logical choice. One out. Of course, 2 of the players that were used off the Reds bench tonight were only up for a single at bat. And not, continuing on in the game. Jose Arredondo is going to bat. This is the first at bat of his career. And I guess that pretty much tells you the state of the Reds bullpen right now.
Boy, you're not kidding about that.
There is nobody getting loose down there. They've already used tonight, obviously, Arredondo, Massett, Cordero, Bray, and Chapman. And the only guys left are LeCure and Andrusic, and they have been pitching quite a bit here of late. Well, LeCure gave you 2 innings yesterday. Andrusic pitched an inning. Andrusic pitched the day before.
Well, all those guys you just mentioned, Andrusic, LeCure, pitched in 3 of the 4 games against the Mets. So if they haven't pitched 2 days in a row, they pitched at least 3 out of 4. I don't know, maybe Porky's got an inning in him.
Is going to slam on the brakes. So Arredondo, I guess Dusty figured after watching him trying to bunt, he might be more dangerous swinging a bat, and he bounces one right over the third baseman's head.
Well, you got to remember that Jose Arredondo was signed originally by the Angels as an infielder. He was a shortstop, but he couldn't hit very well in the low minor leagues with the Los Angeles Angels, so they made him a pitcher. So it's not like his first ever at bat in the major leagues, the first ever time he stepped in the batter's box.
How about that? First major league hit, you get it against one of the best closers in the game. All right.
Boy, how ironic it would be right here to have Edgar Renteria deliver the winning blow.
You're not kidding. Against a team that he helped win the World Series with last year.
World Series MVP.
Outfield extremely shallow. We talked about that. We thought that might just be a San Francisco thing. But obviously their scouting report says to them, if we have any chance to take something away, let's face it, anything over their head that's a hit, the game's over. clearly they want to take away something in front of them. And then when you look at the extra base power that Renteria has shown this year, you can understand why they're playing in.
Yeah, it doesn't take an extra base hit to score. They need to be in close enough that there is a base hit that they'll be able to throw Jay Bruce out at the plate. That's why they're playing shallow here. The only thing you risk when you bring your outfield in that much is a long fly ball to the warning track that would normally be caught at regular depth. That might fall in for a base hit.
Down the right field line, game winner. Edgar Renteria won the MVP of the World Series as a Giant last October. Delivers a blow that chops down the Giants tonight. Win it in 13 by a final count of 4-3. Jay Bruce secures the win with that run. He is safe and secure.
New York life.
And the 4-game losing streak comes to an end. How about Jose Arredondo?
Boy, oh boy, he earned it, didn't he? Came out and he threw the ball well, had a very efficient inning on the mound, and then he delivered a base hit, which was a key base hit in that inning that drove Jay Bruce to second base, set up the opportunity for Edgar Renteria to win it. And all the fans that came out tonight, a lot of them came out, and of course a lot of them are going to stay for the fireworks. They were rewarded with a huge Reds win and a real fun night here at Great American Ballpark.
So Arredondo picks up the win, and boy, you're not lying. You talk about it, a guy that ever deserved a win after what he did on the mound and at the plate. And let's check in downstairs, standing by with one of the late inning heroes tonight, Jay Bruce, is Jeff Pecora.
Hey, thanks a lot, Tom. I am here with Jay Bruce. And Jay, boy, this is a huge victory for you guys. You had chances early in the game, but in the end, all that matters is you won the game, right?
Absolutely. You know, Edgar's MO is ending games, so I'm glad he's on our team.
Yeah, it's huge for him, too. I mean, he's a World Series MVP for that team, but to be able to come back and win this game against them had to be huge.
I'll tell you what, man, I don't know if there's anyone else I want up there at that point. He's as good as it gets in that situation, the clutch situation. You know, he wants to be up there. He wants to win the game. So, like I said, I'm glad he's on our team.
Jay, how big was this for you guys? I mean, obviously very disappointing to lose those 4 to the Mets, but you had to lead here, and to lose this game, I think that would have been tough on you guys.
Yeah, you know, every win's huge from here on out, you know, and we just have to play good baseball. We can't really worry about what everyone else is doing. We just have to play our baseball, and it's a good team over there, man. We're going to have to battle, and it's going to, you know, they're never out of it. So we just have to continue, like I said, playing our game, and we'll be all right.
Jay, appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. That's Jay Bruce, who scored the winning run on Edgar Renteria's base hit. All right, it is time now for Reds Live. Let's go upstairs to my partner in Jim Day. Jimmy.
Big thank you very much. Picks up to the clubhouse. We have more clubhouse reactions coming up. Coming up on Reds Live, we'll put a capper on a 13-inning affair. Walk-off winners Edgar Renteria does in his old team. We have all the highlights coming up. A tough luck Willis. They got a good start from Dontrell Willis, but his team bailed him out in the end, and the Reds break their 4-game losing streak, and trade winds up blowing. A big trade made in the National League tonight. We'll show you what it was and more coming up on Reds Live, presented by Kinks Honda. Reds get it done. Wilson versus Renteria. Former teammates. Renteria wins this battle.